Hey guys, and I'm Imani. So this is part 2 of your 3 to 4 part special of the Magic Triangle that started in 2025 but has its peaks in 2026 and 2027 and concludes in 2028. So in part 1 I told you what a Magic Triangle was, why you should be interested in it, and basically a Magic Triangle are 3 outer planets, Uranus, Neptune and Pluto, forming a harmonious minor grand trine, creating a triangle pattern. This is the first time these 3 planets have formed this configuration in centuries, so it's really special. I talked about how it's going to impact us on a collective level. There's at times and dates, talked about each of the 3 aspects in detail, what they actually mean, like the set styles and the trines and the shadow of this aspect and the things that could happen. And here in part 2 I'm going to talk about the aspects. So this is the good stuff for you guys who love sun, moon and rising sign astrology. I'm going to talk about how it affects all of those, then also talk about the Sabian Symbols and the Nakshatras. So yes, stay tuned. So as I said, we have 3 aspects. So the first one is Uranus, sextile Neptune, and this has 5 as that passes from August 2025 right through into June 2027. And this is when spiritual newness, innovation, thinking about your spiritual practice or any sort of intellectual learning, whatever it is you're into, changing it, for the better, your day-to-day routine, so you can meet the goals of your spiritual practice, and, actually taking the practical steps to do what you need to do, and having a revolution in your mysticism and spiritualism. So that just means, getting practical. Yes, we have to meditate, but yes, we have to meet the needs of our bills and all of that, right? And then we've got Uranus is trying to Pluto, and this also has 5 as that passes. And remember, I went into the timeline deeper in part 1, telling you all the different dates and times. So if you haven't listened to that, go back to that part to listen, because it's really insightful, especially about the shadow, and there's a lot of hidden gems there too on how this is going to affect us collectively, the sort of things we may see in governments and tech companies and all of that, although I'm going to talk a bit more about that later in this section too. So Uranus is trying to Pluto has 5 as that passes from July 2026 to May 2028, and this is when we can again transform our day-to-day routine in a revolutionary way, totally getting rid of the old ways you used to do things and doing new habits. And because we have Uranus and Pluto both in earth signs, we can do this in a stable way, so we won't just make quick changes. We can make them slow and steady, getting back up after each failure of trying to bring newness into our emotional, psychological, spiritual, financial and physical life, and how we manage those. And then we've got Neptune making a sextile to Pluto, and this is a slow burn aspect, right? And it's been ongoing for a while and will continue long after this Magic Triangle ends, but it's got 6 exact passes as part of this Magic Triangle from July 2026 to November 2028. So this is the slow burn aspect that requires conscious participation. You have to use this energy, which we can use for spiritual death and rebirth, right? So we've got 13 events in total, 13 exact alignments, including dates, times, planetary positions, Nakshatras, Parvas, and then Vasas and Sabian Symbols, which I'm going to talk a lot more about after I do the guidance for each sun, moon and rising signs as well. So the peak moments of all of this is July 2026. This marks the triangle's first activation when all 3 aspects are combined near each other, and June 2027 sees maximum intensity with 3 events exact within 1 month of each other, and then we've got May to June 2026, and this represents the highest degrees reach as they swing from the 6 degrees of their signs right up into the 14th and 15th degrees, which is going to happen in May, June 2028. So yeah, I talk a bit about, the technicalities of all of that, but I'm going to go into, that more in this part after I give you your zodiac guidance as well. So also in part 1, I went deep and just, holds bar on the fact of, the negatives, the destructive potential of all 3 of these aspects, including spiritual bypassing, a rise in technology and technology companies, getting authoritative and trying to take over, have more influence in governments and, sort of like bypassing democracy and having more control. Also collective gaslighting that can happen, people hiding the truth and trying to tell us what we've seen isn't what we saw or heard, and this can be even harder in the age of the deep fakes, right? And there can be, a lot of karmic judgment on our individual choices as well, where we can either redeem our pasts by making different choices or follow on, continue, with our self-destructive behaviours and life-draining habits that take away rather than, transform our narratives and stories and write a new script for our personal improvements and spiritual awareness, right? So as I said, the triangle started in August 2025 and will last us right up until December 2028. So that's 3.5 years of outer planet magic. So that was the summary of all I went through in part 1, and as I said, this is part 2, and in this part I'm going to start with zodiac guidance for all 12 sun, moon and rising signs, starting with Aries, sun, moon and rising. So yeah, okay, so Aries, sun, moon and rising, the houses that the triangle is going to activate for you: Uranus in Taurus, your 2nd house of money, values, resources, self-worth and material security. Neptune in Pisces, your 12th house of unconscious dreams, spirituality, isolation, what's hidden, endings. And Pluto in Capricorn, your 10th house of career, public role, authority, reputation, legacy and father. So what's activating for you is your career, income and spiritual practice are the triangle for you, and the mystic 12th house energy, Neptune, right, grounding in material freedom, which is 2nd house, to transform your public role, which is 10th house. So you're going to see a lot of changes in your career, right? Or this is where you should be directing your energy in being able to have freedom in your finances more and your public role, and to sort of like become more aware of your spiritual practice and direction. But all 3 require work, right? The set styles from the 12th to the 2nd and from the 10th to the 12th mean you have to actively bridge unconscious wisdom, so a lot of dream work, a lot of paying attention to daydreams, sleeping dreams, things that you see in TV shows, music, podcasts that you think, oh, that resonates, or hair as well, or someone says, right? And your economic reality in your career transformation. So getting real on your economic goals and making steps over the next 3 years to get closer to them, right? So your specific challenges are that your 10th house Pluto will be death, rebirth in your career, and you can get exhausted by the structure transformation, possible multiple career deaths, and not being settled, feeling settled in what's coming up in terms of the changes. For some of you, you may just need to get more skills or reskill, with AI and other technology changing the landscape, becoming more desirable in the workplace, especially if you're aged between 30 and 50. The triangle says, that the final ending, completion, is ahead, but this requires you integrating your hidden spiritual gifts or revisiting any talents from, childhood and stuff like that, So 12th house, Neptune, using your imagination, taking care of any negative tendencies that drain your vital energies that you need to feel more in balance in your wellness, in your mental, spiritual and physical and financial health, building a genuine material foundation, second house Uranus, instead of chasing external authorities' approval. So getting real on what matters and what abundance and success means to you, rather than trying to follow the path of what society says success and abundance means. Coming up with your personal definitions for things, right? So the 12th house Neptune means your spiritual practice can be deepening, but it might be ungrounded, using mysticism as an escape from career crisis or from life, like I said in part 1, spiritual bypassing, rather than using spirituality as a motivation for career transformation. And Uranus in your second house, can disrupt your finances, possibly over the next 3 years your finances can become more chaotic and uncertain, and you can find yourself definitely questioning what's actually valuable to you. As I said, these can feel separate, but they're not, so pay attention to any connections. In terms of the triangle's activation, your 12th house spiritual practice such as meditation, dreams, plant medicine, art, yoga, tai chi, silence retreat needs to inform your second house material choices, what you value, how you earn and where your resources go. So the insights from the unconscious realm, paying attention to vision, dreams and anything else that just piques your interest and maybe I should look into that, means that over the next 3 years, by the time this triangle completes, you can have a different relationship to money, wanting more freedom over your salary, resources serving your values, not accumulating for security that's actually dependence, finding your self-worth, getting it from within instead of a paycheck. And all of these feed into the 10th house career transformation that you can go through. Aries, your public role stops being what authority figures say you should do, what pays most and what looks impressive, and it becomes a authentic expression of your unconscious wisdom. So Neptune in Pisces in your 12th house, and you practice this and you materialize this through freedom to your values. So thinking about why you think the things you do, is it your parents, is it your culture, do you really think these things, and changing what you feel needs to be changed based on your own personal opinions, right? So as we go into 2028 and 2029, the career that emerges, what you change into. Maybe for some of you, you keep the job you have now. You may just, do a side hustle or start your own business on the side. You may find that, what you want to do in terms of your career is weird and doesn't fit any categories in the mainstream right now. And it maybe doesn't pay conventionally, but it's yours. So this is all about thinking about the ways that you earn and bringing it more into alignment with what you truly value in life. Some of you may want to be a millionaire. Some of you may be okay with, being able to, have money to take yourself or your family out for a meal at the end of every payday and stuff like that, So in 2026, you should try and start a morning practice, a spiritual practice to activate your 12th house, followed immediately by one choice source from insight to activate your second house, your career choice. So whether you listen to an inspirational speaker on YouTube or a podcast to get some insights, or take 5 minutes out to listen to a course that you're attending, dreams can reveal money is energy, not security, and you can, redistribute one financial holding towards collective good. So for some of you, you may give more to charity, sell some of your items that you haven't been using, because you realize that money is energy, not security really. You may have all that stuff, but you're still feeling insecure because you may feel that you're going to lose the money if you have it. So just thinking about what money means to you and what's your number, what's going to make you feel happy happy, right? Linking the unconscious to material reality daily, by, working towards one spiritual practice goal and one material choice goal. In 2027, do a quarterly audit every 4 months for your 10th house, right? Asking, is your public role reflecting your actual values and your spiritual knowing? If not, what needs to die? What do you need to let go of? Let Pluto compass, transform what doesn't align with your values. If yes, if everything is in alignment, think about how you can deepen that alignment, and build structures and routines that are long lasting in your life, and, factor in how you can look after your emotional, spiritual, financial, physical health more, and your psychological health too. And in 2028, this is the integration phase. Your career is your spiritual practice, which is materialized, shown in the practical reality through you having more freedom on your values. These are, no separation between your public role, your private practice, spiritual practice, and your economic reality. There shouldn't be no separation by the end of these 3 years for them, right, Aries, and you should just, try and ground yourself and, think about how you can connect things rather than keeping things separate. So yeah, that's the impact of the magic triangle for you, Aries. Okay, so for Taurus, Sun, Moon and Rising, Uranus is in your first house of self, body, identity, appearance, how you meet the world and your life direction. Neptune is in your 11th house of groups, communities, collective, friends, causes, future vision and networks. And Pluto in Capricorn is in your 9th house of philosophy, religion, travel, higher education, publishing, foreign lands and meaning making. So what's being activated? Your identity, your belief systems and your community belonging, right, are the triangle for you. So the visionary collective work, your 11th house Neptune, is grounded in revolutionary self-expression. First house Uranus, right, and this will help you transform how you make meaning in the world and in your routine, right? So you are the person being directly hit by Uranus in Taurus, right, because it's in your sign. So the specific challenges that you may in this magic triangle period with Uranus in your first house means that you should be innovating, changing how your relationship with your body and your identity and your self-expression and how you show up in the world can be destabilized as well. So, this is the challenge. You may feel uncertain with your life direction, your body, your self-expression, and who you are. And because of all these changes, who you might become can be unrecognizable to yourself and others, and it can be chaotic, because you can have disruptions in your sense of self, sudden changes in your body and, your belief system, what you think, and you can't pin yourself down because you may think one thing 1 minute and think something else. But we've got Uranus in Taurus stabilizing this, but this magic triangle is wanting you to, change your relationship with self, right? So people may say, oh, you're not yourself anymore, and this may be a good or bad thing, but remember, it's up to you to choose how you show up in the world, and as long as you're respecting yourself and other people's boundaries, then there shouldn't be an issue. And a lot of the time people don't like it when you change because it typically doesn't benefit them sometimes, although some changes are for the good, right? So who am I? This can be a constant question for you during this time, because the 9th house Pluto has been, and will be changing how you think, 9th house energy, your belief system, intellectually as well as spiritually, as well as physically as well. And maybe the way that you've seen and interacted with a personal belief system, a religion, a philosophy, transforming the way how you intellectually think. Your meaning making structures and processes can be revealed as, insufficient. And by 2026, you could have lost more than your belief systems than you have found, and this can be disorientating, confusing, chaotic. And the triangle says you're ready to build a new belief system, new meaning that's sourced from who you're actually becoming now, first house, and the collective vision you're receiving, 11th house. So you may change your friends, groups that you belong to, or you may deepen your connection with friends, or acquaintances can become friends or lovers, right? And you can just be sort of like more, seeking and searching for a new reality that's formed on your beliefs rather than inherited dogma, inherited religion and culture and national beliefs and all of that. And the 11th house Neptune means your relationship to community has or will be, dissolved and reformed, so your boundaries can become unclear. You can ask yourself, are these your people, or are you losing yourself, because as I said, you may just feel uncertain in your own friendship group, family even, and this can lead to fallouts, tough conversations, for the better or worse, right? Just make sure, you really have a think. You don't make any choices without, having thought about it, because you don't want to burn your own house down. But this triangle gives you a vision for a collective future in terms of a friendship group, a group that can help you, or you can help in some way, but you can be unsure on how to ground, how to plan, how to take actions to meet your collective vision, or your vision for how your friendship, socializing group, or even a career or community should look like. It can feel kind of utopian, like you're just daydreaming, it's not reality, and it can just feel confusing, and people can say, you're living up in the clouds, you're not living in reality. And for some of you that can happen because Uranus in your first house, right, during this magic triangle. So it's important to check facts and not to sort of like discredit any visions or ideas you have at this time, but to double check them. And in terms of how this is going to be activated, your identity is supposed to inform your collective belonging. So who you are, your values, is supposed to become more in alignment with the groups that you belong to, and how you make meaning in the world as well. For most of you that have Taurus, Sun, Moon and Rising, you try to figure out beliefs first, then find a community that matches, then become a person who fits in. But the magic triangle says this is backwards, right? It's saying be the revolutionary, be yourself first, even if you don't know what that means yet. Let that self find its people, community of fellow revolutionaries, those who are wanting to go in the same direction of you, whatever, and let said vision create new meaning structures and routines together. And remember, you're not joining an existing community, you're creating a new form of collective, even though some of you may decide to stay in your current friendship groups, right? And that's 11th house Neptune innovation, right? And you're also not inheriting belief systems or continue to believe in what you've been told to believe. You're composting, you're letting go of dead philosophies, beliefs and ways of being, and self-destructive addictions and habits, right? And growing more from a living cosmology, belief system from your actual experiences. So you may find yourself spending some time in solitude, reflecting on your life experiences so far, and what you can learn from these, and thinking about your life direction and goals, and what getting real and what it's going to take for you to reach these goals, right? Okay, so who you are should be sourced from the person you're becoming, right? That's the magic triangle for you. Sitting, reflecting over the next 3 years, making a plan to make sure you're showing up in the world as who you want to be rather than who you're told to be. So in 2026, a weekly practice for you can be ask your body, who am I becoming? Right? Let the answer be willed, destabilizing from your routine and comfort zone and not coherent yet. It may be unclear. It may be scary because all change is scary. That's why we love our comfort zones, right? And maybe as you deepen deeper into who you are becoming and the fears down a bit, you can share, who you're becoming with one person or group who can hold space for you without trying to fix, define, categorize or change who you want to be. And that's working with the 11th house energy, right? And in 2027, let your meaning making systems, the 9th house Pluto, that's where Pluto is for you during this magic triangle. You know what philosophy, religion, worldview or belief system you are clinging to, asking yourself, if it doesn't match who you're becoming. If not, compost it, let it go, build new meaning from, embodying, living in your new self-expression and finding it and connecting that with a new collective or existing collective who can be visionary and be open to change, right? And remember that your new sense of self needs to come from within you, thinking about who you want to be rather from books, right? And in 2028, it's the integration phase. You are the teaching, you are showing up as the things that you should have been doing in this 3-year period. Your identity in community creates new meaning and making by you just existing and living, right? So it's about going deep into your identity. Who are you? Who do you want to be? What do you need to change? Thinking about the people you spend your time with, of course, work colleagues, if we can't always, have any control over that, but, in terms of spending time with the friends or groups you choose to belong to. And, remember, the most important thing is you do this by existing, by living who you are, not through explaining who you are, not by writing who you are, not by teaching concepts, right, or reading concepts, but through being and living the revolution, right? So imagine, in Russian Doll, if you haven't seen that show, it's quite cool. It's a woman dying and rebirthing repeatedly. So this is a good show to watch to get in touch with first house Uranus identity transformation, right? And she keeps on dying and rebirthing in Russian Doll until she learns the larger pattern, which is the 9th house meaning making. So learn the rules as you go through these 3 years of whatever it is you want to become. So you can listen to podcasts, read books, but you have to live, you have to practice who you want to be. And this sort of larger pattern and learning your life experience can only be solved through connection with others. Going to groups, no, this isn't for me, yes, this is for me, this friendship is no longer for me, and all of that. And if you watch season 1 of Russian Doll, you will see the Taurus triangle, how it's going to show up for you guys. So it may be a good reference for you to go back and watch or watch, to sort of really hone down the sort of process these next 3 years should be for you, Taurus, Sun, Moon and Rising. So that's it. So for Gemini, Sun, Moon and Rising, Uranus is in your 12th house of unconscious, isolation, spirituality, endings, what's hidden, retreat and institutions. Neptune is in your 10th house of career, public role, authority, reputation, legacy and calling, your purpose. And Pluto's in your 8th house of said values and resources, death, rebirth, sexuality, intimacy, transformation and what's hidden, right? So what's activating for you is your unconscious 12th house, right? Your intimate life can be transformed, 8th house, and your public career, 10th house, are the triangle. So your public mystic work, 10th house in Neptune, drawing from deep transformation, 8th house Pluto, is being sourced from unconscious awakening, 12th house Uranus. So this is a heavy magic triangle period for you guys over the 3.5 years. And as I said, I'm starting this in 2026. So look back in 2025 and the early part of 2026, you may have already felt this heaviness, right? All 3 houses are hidden sort of like areas, realms, death, rebirth, processes and spiritual territory, paths. So the specific challenges you can face are that because 12th house Uranus is awakening your unconscious, and this can be disorientating for Gemini, right, who prefers conscious processing, logical understanding and clear communication. But instead of this, you can have repeating dreams that disrupt your sleep, sudden spiritual breakthroughs you can't explain, periods of needed isolation when you can like to be a social butterfly, especially if you've got a lot of Gemini energy in your natal chart, right? And this isolation, this need to be alone, don't make sense. And you may have a connection to the collective unconscious that's destabilizing your rational mind. And Pluto in the 8th house is transforming also during this time your intimate relationships, shared finances, sexual expression and death consciousness, right? So some of you may have lost relationships or may lose relationships over the next 3 years, possibly have confrontations with death, literally or metaphorically. Maybe you will have to deal with changes in power dynamics in intimate relationships, right? And your relationship to merging, living with others and being vulnerable is, completely different, or can really change during this time, right? So as we get in deeper into 2026, you can become exhausted from the transformation, the constant changes that may be happening internally or externally that keeps asking you to die to who you were. And, Neptune in the 10th house shows that your career public role has been mystical and confusing, right? Or will become more sort of confusing, and you might not have a clear career direction or may become unclear about your career direction, and you may decide or you may continue to do any intuitive, spiritual, creative work that you have been doing publicly, or you may decide during this period to, be more intuitive and spiritual and creative in your work, or you may just feel lost more about your calling and your life purpose, or work may increasingly require more service and sacrifice, and your boundaries with authority can become unclear. So in terms of how this triangle activates for you, the triangle says your unconscious awakening, which is 12th house, Pluto innovation and intimate transformation, 8th house Pluto, death, rebirth are meant to inform your public work. So most Geminis can compartmentalize, such as my spiritual practice is private, my intimacy is private, my career is a different thing. But, no, this triangle is saying integrate them. It wants you to integrate your public role, 10th house. So, it wants you to bring unconscious wisdom, 12th house, and transformational knowing, 8th house, into material form, so into your 10th house public role, and how you interact with people, right, in a way that serves the collective. So some of you, could decide to work as a therapist or continue that work, a death doula, someone who helps people through dying, those with terminal illnesses, right, or a spiritual teacher, or become or continue to be an artist working with shadow work, inner work, because that's, especially on the spiritual path, we can light the tarot cards and the incense and the clothing, but not that deep inner psychological work, right? And as a communicator, those with Gemini energy, right, this can be a space where you can write to make the hidden visible. So maybe starting some content, podcast, stuff like that, and For some of you, you may decide to stop your more logical scientific career, and the career that, comes or emerges isn't rational. It can become more mystical, more sourced from the depths of the psyche, because we're dealing with the 8th house here, right, and the 12th house too. So in terms of practices for you to do in 2026, stop trying to explain your spiritual experiences rationally, which can be a Gemini habit, right? Let the unconscious teach without translation. One practice monthly is, receive and be open to working with your dream, visions and breakthroughs. And then immediately ask, how does this inform my public work? How can I use what I learned from my ideas, visions and dreams to make my public work more effective, right? Don't force an answer though, let it sort of like arrive. And in 2027, your changes that you should be making in your intimate life, such as for some of you, as I said, you may end relationship deaths, confrontations with power in partnerships, right? And a sexual awakening where you open more up to your kinks, or death encounters, such as deciding you want to let go of a relationship, as I said, or career, or sharing resources, or being afraid of talking about the hidden and secrets, and being afraid of death and such things like that. So asking you stuff like, what are you learning, or should you be learning in depth, so that your public work can have more wisdom and more stability in it. Do not, share intimate details publicly. That's the 8th house violation. But let that knowing, from the depths of you, from your own exploration on sex, death, and, what you want in terms of empowering yourself and not allowing others to, walk over your boundaries, and not walking over other people's boundaries, looking at your relationship with power, giving and taking and stuff, and how you want to let that serve your day-to-day life and your work. So it's not about, sharing these details so much, the insights with others, although some of you may choose to do that, but just still letting, those things guide all you do in terms of your career. In 2028, it's the integration phase, so your career should be more of a mystical service for those of you who want to go that route, or just bring in more spirituality in your day-to-day life. And of course, your career, right, even if it's just the internal dialogue you have with yourself, and not a profession you change into or continue with in terms of a spiritual healing profession or healthcare profession or something like that as well, because the 8th house is also connected with surgery as well. So some of you may decide to leave a healthcare profession or start one. Whatever it is, whatever you do, it has to come from your unconscious depths inside of you, the deep parts of you, allowing them to transform the way you give service in this world and how you express your intimacy, especially with yourself. So in terms of, how this may show up in public, it's about bringing the collective into relationship with death, shadow, unconscious, and the hidden realms. So some of you may get more into the occult, or just change how you deal with the fact that one day you will die, or with grief over someone else's death and stuff like that as well. So a song by John Coltrane, a Love Supreme Part 4 Psalm, it's called, and it's about mixing the unconscious with your spiritual experience, and how it can be transformed through deep devotional practice, and how it's expressed as a public offering. So some of you may decide to do a charity work, giving back to the community in some way, volunteering at a hospital, something like that. So it's about, really getting into your relationship, which in turn uplifts the collective relationship with death, shadow work and the unconscious and the things we keep hidden, the secrets and the occult stuff, the esoteric stuff. Like I said, some of you will do this in a public way, some of you will do it in a more insular way, and that's fine, right? So for Cancer, Sun, Moon and Rising, this hits your triangle houses, so Uranus in Taurus, so your 11th house is activated. That's where Uranus is, in your 11th house of groups, community, collective, causes, friends, networks and future vision. Neptune's in your 9th house of religion, travel, philosophy, beliefs, higher education, publishing, how you make meaning and travel, and different habits and things that are foreign to you, out of your comfort zone. Pluto in Capricorn, your 7th house of partnerships, one-on-one relationships, contracts, open enemies and projections are activated. So what's going on for you guys is your relationship, 7th house, and your philosophical worldview, your belief system and community engagement, how you interact with others, are the triangle for you. So the visionary, meaning making, your belief system is grounded in revolutionary collective work. This is Uranus in your 11th house, using that energy to transform your partnership and relationship dynamics, right? So all your relating, intimate partnerships, broader community, belief systems are all undergoing complete reorganization. So you may find challenges with your, because Pluto's in your 7th house, so it's been changing, and you may have experienced letting go, death, endings and a rebirth and restarting back and forth in your intimate relationships. For some of you, marriages have ended. Business partnerships may have dissolved and ended too and start again. Contracts broken, trust built again for it to be broken again, and all of that going round in circles, right? Or some relationships may have transformed beyond recognition from what they were before. So by, we get into the start of this magic triangle in 2026, you may have learned partnership requires the death of who you were to, unite and merge and combine and live and interact with others. So power dynamics also need to be confronted in your relationship, not bypassed, but confronted. A lot of times we don't say things in relationships that we need to say, right? So you need to tackle any issues in your relationships head on and face any problems and try and actively listen and create a space to heal and understand each other. Projection can also run deep, the ways that you sort of say that someone else has a bad habit, but it's really your bad habit, and avoidance and codependency, people pleasing, and, not speaking truth, and the ways that you do that are all being sort of put under the spotlight during this magic triangle for you to sort of having to confront exactly what's going on. So some of you may have been so exhausted from the transformations in your relationships, and the 9th house Neptune is dissolving what you believe, so your religion, philosophy, your belief systems that no longer holds truth to you. So maybe some of you have lost faith in old systems, possibly found new spiritual paths because of this, and now are sort of lost faith in these new spiritual paths as well. So you may be looking back into religions, or you may just be confused about what's actually true versus what's an illusion. And as I said, it can be hard to tell the truth from fantasy, because as I said in part 1, the rise in deep fakes and uncertainty and leaders, especially those in technology, saying one thing, doing the next, and not really being ethical, but trying to make it seem like they are. And you can just not know what truth is, because what we see with with our eyes and what we hear may not be truth anymore, right? So how do we know what's real? So, travel and thought might reveal more questions than answers as you go into, maybe some of you be traveling to new cultures or exploring new cultures through podcasts or books or whatever, and you may just not know what's real, right? And some of you may go deep into a culture or way of life that's foreign to you, alien to you at the moment, but this can dissolve into you being certain about things. You may find something new, and everything you thought you knew that was true about the world is no longer not. And this is because the 11th house Uranus energy is changing your relationship to community and what is real to you. So friendship groups can change for you, social networks can become disrupted, and collective causes you care about may have changed. You may have been deep into climate change and no longer anymore, so you can feel kind of uncertain about what is real, as I said, and this can feel unstable because you can't count on community being the same. For some of you, it can be a betrayal in a close relationship, a close group, family, whatever, and your role in groups can keep changing. Sudden departures and arrivals in your life, right? And as we get deeper into 2026, you're learning that community, so whatever's been happening in your life over the last couple of years has been trying to teach you over the 3 years of the magic triangle that community as being fixed is an illusion. Our community and who we're close to can change. Some of us can have lifelong friends and all of that, but as our beliefs change, we may have to find new friends and new groups and a new sense of belonging, right? So belonging requires constant change and renegotiation. That's what this magic triangle is going to show you or wants you to realize over the next 3.5 years. So the triangle says your partnerships, the 7th house Pluto energy, are meant to be informed by visionary belief systems, your 9th house Neptune, right, and grounded in community practice that benefits both you and others, and that's the 11th house Uranus influence. So most cancers try to make partnership work in isolation, build belief systems separately from the community, and keep these, parts of your life separate, but the triangle wants you to integrate them. So your one-on-one relationship, 7th house, becomes a laboratory for testing your spiritual truths, 9th house stuff, right, while building new community structures and processes and groups, which is 11th house. So you may find yourself asking, does this partnership serve the collective vision or just, individual comfort? Does this belief system create genuine community or spiritual bypass? And as you go down into the 3 years, the relationships that endure, which last, are the ones that align with your actual values and serve a larger vision, right? So practices for you guys is in 2026, all partnerships, relationship, romantic, business, friendship, contracts, acquaintances, whatever, through these 2 questions. Number 1, does this relationship align with my actual belief system, or am I compromising beliefs to maintain connection? Does this relationship serve the collective good or just individual satisfaction? Allowing Pluto to end, to compost, to give death only to rebirth into new partnerships, that pass the test and let Pluto, end relationships that fail both tests, as in, does this relationship align with my belief systems, right? Or am I compromising? If you're compromising, let it go. And does this relationship serve the higher good, right? The collective good, or just out of satisfaction for me, pleasure, comfort zone, but is actually destroying other areas of your life, like your sanity, not sanitary, or maybe your sanitary needs, but your sanity, is it taken away from you, right? In 2027, your engagement, your community engagement, how you interact with others, needs to be sourced from authentic belief, right? Stop joining groups because you feel you should or to find belonging. Instead, ask yourself, what vision are you actually called to serve? What do you believe in? What do you really want to be aligned to, right? Find and build a community around that vision, even if it's weird, small, and doesn't fit established categories or what's trending on social media, right? In 2028, to integrate this, you know that you have, because your partnerships reflect your philosophy, your belief system, your cosmology, right? And serve the collective, no separation. And the relationships you're in 2029 should be aligned with truth and revolutionary in structure and contributing to larger transformation, and everything else should be compost, let go of. So, in the TV show The Leftovers, it explores meaning making after a mass loss, right? Through intimate relationship transformation and changes within a community trying to rebuild. So watch it and see Cancer's triangle playing out for what it's going to be, right? And it can help you get some perspective on your relationships. Okay, so that's the end for you guys. So for Leo, Sun, Moon and Rising, Uranus is in your 10th house of career, public role, authority, legacy, purpose and reputation. Neptune's in your 8th house of shared resources, death, rebirth, sexuality, intimacy, transformation, hidden power. And Pluto's in your 6th house of daily work, health, service, routines, employees, pets and, body maintenance, sanitary care, right? Looking after your personal needs. So what's activating for you is your daily work, intimate transformations, your 8th house, shared values and resources, and public career are the focus of the triangle for you. So the mystical intimacy work, which is 8th house Neptune, is grounded in changes to your public role, 10th house Uranus, and using that to transform how you work day to day, which is the 6th house Pluto. So your relationship to work, both daily grind and public calling, is going to be completely, or you should be reorganizing that, changing that, right? So 6th house Pluto has and wants to compost your daily work and health, how you go about those. So maybe for some of you, jobs have died over the past, decade. Health crises have forced transformation, and the relationship you have to service, giving back, has changed. Daily routines were revealed of extractive, taking all from you and giving nothing back. Or this may happen over the next 3 years. You can see what's just draining your energy, giving nothing back to you but taking all. And as we get into 2026, you realize you can't do meaningless work anymore. Your body rebels, your soul refuses, and Pluto demands work that's aligned with your truth. And the 8th house Neptune is letting go of boundaries in intimacy and shared resources. So sexual expression can be, opening to you. You can become more open-minded in that area, or it can become more confusing. There can be, problems with how you share and merge finances with others. It can be confusing over terms there. Death and consciousness awakening can happen. Power dynamics in relationships can be hard to deal with, right? And you might surrender into vulnerability, which is the gift, or you may lose yourself in the other, merging with others, giving up your own needs to please someone else. And that's the shadow of this energy. So the 10th house Uranus wants to revolutionize your entire career. So this can bring sudden public role changes where you find yourself, you can't maintain a traditional path if you've been one anymore. You want to be more innovative in your work, and this can cause a disruption in your reputation, as people may be like, oh my gosh, you could be the logical person and now you want to be a bit more spiritual, and people can be like, I don't like that person anymore. It can just cause changes in your public opinion, right? And as we go into 2026, you can learn, or you will learn over the next 3.5 years, that a conventional, traditional career doesn't fit who you're becoming. Your calling is weirder than you've planned, and public visibility happens through authenticity and not performance. So the triangle says your daily work, 6th South Pluto, is meant to be informed by intimate transformation, 8th house Neptune. And, you're meant to express this and show up as this in the public sort of like world. But most Leos try to separate private intimacy from public career. Do the daily grind that doesn't reflect calling, keep transformation hidden, and the triangle wants you to integrate them. So your public role, 10th house, can become, expressing intimate knowing, 8th house, through daily practice, 6th house stuff, right? And what you learn in deep vulnerability, 8th house Neptune, which is all about sexual awakening, encounters with death, endings and letting go, and rebirth, and merging, sharing with others, loving someone else, intimacy, living with others, and also shadow work, right? And this deep in vulnerability informs what you offer publicly, and both can be and should be grounded in daily commitment. So being grounded in how you actually spend your time, making sure it's give and take, allowing yourself to change the way you serve others, how you allow other people to serve you. And in terms of practices for you guys in 2026, audit, reflect your daily work, right? Asking, is this actually what you've been called to do publicly? And I know it can be hard in these times, with, the cost of living and all of that, thinking about what, sometimes you have to do the things that you don't want to do, but it's asking you to get real. Is this what you're called to do publicly, or is it a placeholder? If it's a placeholder, let it die. Use the death as compass for public work that actually reflects your deepest knowing, and stop separating your day job from your calling. In 2027, your intimate experiences, 8th house Neptune, vulnerability, sexuality, shadow, death, and merging, how you show up with others, unite with others, work with others, should be part of your professional development. Asking yourself, what intimate transformation are you going through that your public work could serve? Not make private public, that's a violation, but let deep transformation inform how you show up in public, right? So by the time you get to 2028, your daily work is your public calling, and this should be sourced from a change in how you express and work with your intimacy, right? How you show up in your relationships, how you share values and resources, right? So not oversharing, of course, you can't always bring all your intimate needs into a public. That's not what it's all about. Even if you only practice your intimate in your mind, just making sure it's aligned with what you want to be as a person, right? And making small steps, because you may not be able to quit the job yet, to get into the career. So going back to school, learning online, taking the plunge and setting up or continuing a side hustle, knowing that there's many failures. It can take decades to find success, so you should not give up on yourself, right? So in terms of a song that could help you guys, Leo, during this time, is a song by Dennis Brown called Revolution. And this can, help you build a daily practice of resistance that's sourced from deep spiritual conviction, expressed as a public teaching or a lesson for you. So, that's Leo's triangle as a reggae prayer. So, yeah, that's the end of zodiac guidance for you guys. So, in terms of Virgo, Sun, Moon, and Rising, Uranus is in your 9th house of religion, philosophy, travel, higher education, publishing, how you make meaning, and travel to foreign lands, and also mind travels to cultures and philosophies you've never thought of. Neptune in Pisces is in your 7th house of relationships, such as marriage, one-on-one relationships, contracts, open enemies, and projection, how you project your beliefs onto others. And Pluto is in your 5th house of art, self-expression, creativity, children, romance, pleasure, and speculation, gambling, and how you play, right? So your creative expression, 5th house, your partnership, 7th house, and how you make sense of the universe, your cosmology, your belief systems are in the triangle. So the mystical relating of the 7th house, Neptune being there in Pisces, is being grounded in revolutionary meaning making, how you make meaning of the world, which is 9th house Uranus energy, so that you can transform your creative self-expression, which is Pluto in your 5th house, right? So how you create, how you relate, and what you believe are all being reorganized at the same time simultaneously. So in terms of, specific challenges, 5th house Pluto will be or has been prior to the magic triangle, bringing a sort of death, ending and rebirthing new beginnings to your creativity, romances and relationship to pleasure. So you can have creative blocks and breakthroughs, romantic relationships dying or transforming beyond recognition, children, if you have them, or your inner child, right, bringing, more connection between you and children or you and your inner child. Also your ability for joy and letting go and regenerating of joy, and letting go of the barriers you have to joy and happiness and pleasure. And it's sort of like bringing a death, rebirth consciousness to your awareness, right? And by 2026, right, you will learn during that time, as we go into the 3.5 years, right, that pleasure isn't frivolous, a waste of time. There's something you should be having you're having its sake, right? That creativity is power, and play is sacred, something that you should have in your life to make life a bit funnier and lighter, because let's face it, Earth is kind of crazy now, as I was saying in part 1, so you can hear all about that there. But here, your 7th house Neptune has been dissolving partnership boundaries. That's the focus there for you to let go of, boundaries in a safe way, or even bring boundaries into your relationship for some of you, right? And, relationship, especially romantic ones, can become more mystical, but also confusing, and business partnerships can also become unclear because, of this energy, the challenges, the negative part of this triangle, and contracts and terms can be slippery, people changing terms, trust can be broken, and all of that, and it can be hard to tell where you end and the partner begins, or what business contracts to sign and honor. Of course, you should always honor your word, but sometimes people can, or you may be the one who's deceptive, so just making sure that you check contracts and you be as honest as you can. It can, it might be beautiful to surrender into union during this time over the next 3.5 years for you guys, Virgo. That's the gift of this energy. Or you can use yourself in the other, which is the shadow of this energy. So, you can also use marriage and partnership, working with others, as a spiritual practice, but you can also use it as a spiritual bypass of partnership work as well. So the 9th house Uranus energy wants to revolutionize and change your entire world view as you find the balance between bringing more spirituality in your partnerships and marriages, and not bypassing the need to sort of become more honest and less codependent, and have more of a connection in your partnerships and spiritual expression in your relationships, right? Your belief systems can kind of collapse and explode during this time, because you can just think, I don't believe this anymore, and this can scare you and others. So there can be tension there. You may have thought it was okay in the past to be codependent, for instance, but demand more freedom in your relationship, so your partner can demand more freedom in your relationship, and this can bring tension. You can also have sudden breakthroughs in your belief systems as well, and travel can also disrupt your certainty of what you believe and what you want in your relationships as well. You can also be more interested in unconventional ways to go about educating yourself and, teaching yourself and others. So, this magic triangle, is making you aware of that you can't believe what you used to believe, can't pretend inherited philosophies, religions, thought patterns work, and it wants you to build a new belief system of the universe from your lived experience, right? So this triangle says your creative power, 5th house Pluto, is meant to be informed by a mystical partnership, 7th house, right? That's grounded in a revolutionary, way of thinking in your belief system, right? Which is 9th house Uranus. But most people with Virgo energy in their natal chart try to create from the mind, not from the depths, relate from duty, not surrender, believe from inheritance, not direct experience, and the triangle forces integration. Your creativity, 5th house, becomes expression of what partnership teaches you about merging, 7th house stuff, filtered through your belief system about what the world is and where you belong in the world, right? It's not creating to impress, creating art, content or whatever to impress and get likes, performing joy, it's about producing from the heart, being real and letting, vulnerability from relating. 7th house Neptune inform your art, playing romance, while making, changes to your belief system in a radical way, giving it routine and structure, so changing your beliefs, it can be hard, so you must do this in a well planned out way, noticing and giving space for and time for the times you go back to things that you no longer believe in because it's embedded. So just keep on picking yourself up after every failure attempt of being who you truly want to be now. So in terms of practices for Virgo in 2026, your partnerships, 7th house Neptune, are trying to teach you about surrender, working and uniting with others and vulnerability, not being codependent. Let that inform your creative work, 5th house Pluto energy, right? So ask yourself, what are you learning in relationships that wants to be expressed through art and creativity, romance or play? Create from that place, not from the place of I should make this or making this will get me the most engagement. In 2027, your belief system, 9th house Uranus, is revolutionizing what you believe about what the universe is and your place in it. Ask yourself, is that coming from your experience or coming from what you are told to show up as in the world, and how can you get more in alignment with that so that what you believe comes from your lived experience of the world, right? Letting that worldview and your introspection, your self-reflection guide your creative choices and your self-expression. So if you believe in interconnection, 9th house energy, does your art and creativity reflect that? If you believe in that pleasure is sacred and needed, is your life pleasurable? Are you actually doing that in your day-to-day life, accepting pleasure in a balanced way, right? Because sometimes we can overindulge and this can sort of like get in the way of how we show up in other areas of our life. So we need to be balanced. And as we get into 2028, this is integration, right? So your creativity, 5th house, should express partnership wisdom through how you think about the world and your place in it. And by 2029, your art, romance, play, self-expression should be sourced from intimate knowing and grounded in actual beliefs, serving as truth, not performance, right? So if you think about the TV show Fleabag, this is creative expression, processing relationship patterns, 5th and 7th house energy through darkly honest belief expression, right, that challenges conventional morality. Fleabag, the main character, breaks the fourth wall, talks to the audience as she struggles with like family events and dating as well. So if you watch that, you will see Virgo learning to create from vulnerability instead of performance. So that can be be a guidance for you guys. So yeah, that's the end of zodiac guidance for you guys. So for Libra, Sun, Moon and Rising, Uranus in Taurus is in your 8th house of shared resources, death and rebirth, psychological deaths, spirituality, sexuality and intimacy and transformation. Neptune in Pisces is in your 6th house of daily work, health, service, routines, employees, body maintenance, your hygiene and sacred ordinary, finding the specialness in the ordinary day-to-day tasks. And Pluto is in your 4th house of roots, home, family, private life, the mother, emotional foundations and your heritage, your lineage, right? So your home, family, 4th house, daily work, 6th house and intimate transformation, 8th house are all in the triangle for you. That's what's being activated for you. The mystical daily practice, which is the 6th house of Neptune, is being grounded in revolutionary intimacy, changes to your intimacy, and the 8th house energy, that is, right? Using that to transform your home and family routines and structures and how you interact and work with each other. So ultimately your private life, your daily routine and rhythms and deep vulnerability are all facing the ending and beginning, a death and rebirthing cycle together. So the specific challenges you can have to this is that your 4th house Pluto is composting, ending, changing your emotional foundation, and your family dynamics are ending or transforming, and your home situations are dying and regenerating. Your relationship to the mother, your feminine history, family history, feminine energy, that is, and death and rebirthing, all changing, and your roots, your sense of self, are being uprooted and replanted. So by the end of 2026, your sense of home may have been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times, and this has been exhausting. And the 6th house Neptune is dissolving your daily structure, so your routines can become clear, your work boundaries can be non-existent, your service, the way you give that, can become a spiritual practice or spiritual bypassing. Your health issues can come up in a sort of like a mysterious, you can have mysterious, unexplainable illnesses, or they can, your ongoing medical conditions can just heal in a mystical way or unknown way that, shocks you in medical professions. It can be hard to maintain consistent daily practice when Neptune says surrender control, so you may have issues with how you give or take power or trying to control situations, which you will find it harder to do so it's easier to train yourself to go with the flow. And you have Uranus in your 8th house, which is changing intimacy, so your sexual expression can awaken unpredictably, said finances can change, you can have difficulty with vulnerability, so you may have to change the ways that you be vulnerable, especially if you try not to be vulnerable and hide that. You may not be able to hide behind a wall right now, especially a wall of people pleasing or codependency. You can experience death in your consciousness, the way that you think and do things, and this can come out of the blue suddenly, making you feel disorientated, confused, not knowing what to do with your life, and the beloved balance of Libra can be sort of like messed with. So maybe as we come into 2026, the start of this triangle, you may have learned intimacy, what this energy is trying to teach you is that intimacy can't follow traditional scripts and ways of doing things. Merging, living with others in an intimate way in a relationship requires you to be authentic, not codependent or people pleasery, to make sure that you are really fulfilled and the other person is. And the way that you share resources can demand a change in the way that you trust. So ultimately, to activate this triangle, the triangle says your home, your family foundation, 4th house Pluto, is meant to be informed by mystical daily practice, 6th house Neptune, and you are meant to express this through changes and radical ones in how you explore and express intimacy. So most Libras try to keep family separate from spiritual practice, maintain the appearance of stability while changing and transforming, and protect your private life from the vulnerability that is required in going deeper, especially in relationships, and not just staying on the surface and people pleasing and harmony, to try and keep the harmony in a false way because you don't want to confront the real issues, right? But this triangle wants you to integrate your emotional foundation. So your 4th house becomes created through daily spiritual practice and honest conversation that prepares you for intimate transformation, right? Not using home as an escape from change and transformation, but transforming how you show up at home and with those who you are intimate with, right? So because of this, home has to be a strong enough container space to hold the death and rebirth happening in your intimacy, and your sexuality and your said resources as you process your relationships on a deeper level. So in terms of practices that can help you go through these changes, in 2026, start and continue getting back up after its failure to continue with this practice on a daily basis. That is, a daily practice that's sacred and sustainable. So maybe a morning meditation, evening gratitude, Tai Chi yoga, also a weekly ceremony, something that grounds your days in the mystical. Let this practice create stability while your 4th house home and family life transforms, and the 8th house intimacy changes as well. In 2027, your intimate transformations, sexual awakening, financial resources are combining on a fair, equal level, or you saying that you don't want to say it anymore, that could happen. You can get a deeper commitment with finances or change your commitment with them, merging them or not merging them, having more vulnerability with your partner. That's what you want. You want to be able to combine finances in a fair way and be more vulnerable. Maybe you will, think about death on a deeper level, and, with your family, and, get more comfortable with grieving maybe a family member that's passed on. So ask yourself, is your living situation actually supportive of the depth work you're doing? If not, change it. Let endings happen in your home to create space for intimacy to deepen or to be born through new relationships, right? To integrate this energy, a daily practice will create a strong foundation for intimate changes and revolution. And by 2029, your private life should be supporting transformation instead of defending against it or taking away from it. So a song by Jar 9, the singer, the reggae singer, Note to Self, can keep you in tune with what you need to do on a daily, today basis, to strengthen your emotional foundation, enable spiritual, sexual integration. If you listen to this song, you will hear a lot about what's relevant for Libra, and there's a strong Libra energy to do during this magic triangle. So for Scorpio, Sun, Moon and Rising, your 7th house of partnerships, marriage and contracts and one-to-one relationship, open enemies, projection, the other. Neptune in Pisces is in your 5th house of joy, art, creativity, self-expression, play, children, romance, creativity, pleasure. And Pluto in Capricorn is in your 3rd house of siblings, communication, local connections, neighbours, environment, stuff like that, places and people you see day to day, and early education, daily travel and movement, and how you mentally process things. So what's activating for you guys, Scorpio, during this magic triangle is your communication, 3rd house energy, your creative expression, 5th house, and partnerships, 7th house are the triangle. The mystical creativity, 5th house Neptune, wants to ground itself in revolutionary changes in your relationships and how you relate to others. That's Uranus in the 7th house, using that to transform how you think, speak and move through your local world day to day, which is 3rd house Pluto energy. So your voice, your art, your creativity, your relationships need to go through a reorganization together at the same time. So in terms of challenges that you will face to doing this is 3rd house Pluto, death, rebirthing your communication. So how you think, speak, write, process information, or transforming sibling relationships or your close relationships with people you see day to day can die or end or deepen. The local environment is forcing change, and early conditioning around intelligence learning is being confronted. So as we go deeper into 2026, your voice can be unrecognizable from before, more honest, more powerful, less controlled by others' opinions and expectations. And Neptune in your 5th house is dissolving creative boundaries. Your creativity and art can become a mystical practice or lost in the clouds. Romance can become confusing, or your spirituality can become transcendent, going beyond the material into the ethereal. Children, if you have them, teaching you surrender, especially surrendering with the way that you play and be creative and have fun. Creativity can be sourced from the unconscious, and this is a beautiful thing, but also hard to direct. You can get pleasure from life again, but this requires you to be vulnerable. It can be easy to lose discipline while you engage in pleasure, so make sure you engage in pleasure in a playful way. Of course, you don't want to suck the life out of having fun, but also pay attention to your routine. And it can be clear about what inspiration is, what's inspiration versus what is delusion. And Uranus in the 7th house is changing how you go about relationships. So marriage and committed relationships can end completely or completely change. Business partnerships can get disrupted, and contacts relationships can become unstable. Sudden breakups or sudden commitments can happen, and you can also find yourself not being able to relate to others in the ways that you used to. And by the end of 2026, you can learn that relationship requires authentic freedom, not just togetherness, but authenticity. Partnership can be sort of like a testing ground, a laboratory, experimental place for innovation. Not having stability just for the sake of stability. Relationships can change, become unstable, but there's lessons to be learned in that. Of course, Uranus being sudden changes, so it's not about just messing up relationships for the sake of it, but being open to change as well. So the triangle says, your communication. 3rd house Pluto is meant to be informed by mystical creativity, which is 5th house Neptune, expressed through revolutionary partnerships. 7th house Uranus. Most Scorpios try to control their voice, their message, and keep creativity separate from relationships, maintaining relationship structures that don't match who and what they're becoming. But this triangle forces integration. Your communication, 3rd house, becomes expressing creative mystical insights. 5th house, learn through partnership changes, right? Not speaking from old material patterns, but letting art teach you a new language, letting relationships show you different ways of thinking and speaking from that transformed place. So practices for you guys is allowing your partnerships in 2026 to, you know, be revolutionary laboratories and experiments in an ethical and safe way. Asking yourself, what are relationships teaching you about freedom, authenticity and innovation? So it's not about causing trouble in relationships for the sake of it, but paying attention to your relationships and then, you know, sort of like, you know, evaluating what's going good in them, what's going wrong, and allowing them to show you what they teach about freedom, authenticity and newness. And if you're not getting enough of those, how can you bring more of that into your relationships? Do you need to change relationships? Let the partnership transform your voice, your thinking and your communication. You know, not analysing relationships mentally, but letting relationships change your mental processing. So observing, being present, and then reflecting on your presenceness in your relationships and getting real about what it is you want from them. So in 2027, your creativity, 5th house Neptune, wants to express through communication. Make art that teaches, such as writing, speaking, teaching through creative form. Let mystical creativity, you know, become a practice and allow it to inform how you speak, what you say, and the message you carry into your day-to-day life and local environment. And by 2028, your communication should express creative wisdom that you've learned by observing your relationships and being in them, you know, and then while you're being in them, reflecting on them after you've been present in them to gather, you know, what can be learned from them about you being authentic. So your voice should be created and sourced from your art, your creativity, informed by how you show up in your relationships and how others show up for you, and, you know, should serve your transformation. So if you watch the TV show Succession, power dynamics in family, you know, creative destruction and partnership betrayals and innovations are sown deeply in those. And if you watch and see the show, or you know the show, well, that show is basically what you're going to go through in this magic triangle period over the next 3.5 years, Scorpio. You know, the family drama, right, and how to fix it, the local drama, right? So that's the end of my guidance for you guys. So for Sagittarius, Sun, Moon and Rising, Uranus is in your 6th house of service, daily work, health, routines, employees, body, hygiene, sacred orderly, finding you know, the specialness in the simple things in life. Neptune in Pisces is in your 4th house of roots, private life, mother, emotional foundations, your history, your family, cultures and lineage. And Pluto in Capricorn is in your 2nd house of money, resources, values, self-worth, material security and possessions. So this is activating your values and money, your 2nd house. Your home and family 4th house, and daily work 6th house. So your mystical home foundation, the 4th house in Neptune, right, is grounded in revolutionary daily practice, the 6th house in Uranus, and you need to use this to change the way that you go about, you know, honouring and thinking about your values, about money, possessions and all of that. So your relationships to work, family and money are all going through this death, rebirthing, change and newness cycle at the same time. So the challenges that you can find to that is that, you know, the 2nd house Pluto wants you to change your entire value system and finances. So what you thought was valuable can die. Money situations can force transformation. Your self-worth can become more detached from external validation, which is good because you can learn to get validation from within. And, you know, material security requires a complete change in how you go about getting it and what it means to you. So as you get into 2026, you will be learning or continue to learn or start to learn that true wealth isn't accumulation. Security isn't dependence on systems. Your value isn't determined by what you earn. And your 4th house Neptune has been changing family boundaries and emotional foundation since 2011. So in terms of your home situation, you can find it confusing or mystical. Family dynamics can become unclear. Your relationship to feminine energy and your mother or mother figures can change. Your connection to your heritage and culture can loosen and change, and it can be hard to know where you belong. But the mystical element is, beautiful surrender into your family and life experience, being a spiritual teacher, learning your life lessons from your family, thinking about your childhood experiences and your experiences with them in a more mystical way. Or you can lose yourself in family investment and codependence, right? So Uranus is changing your daily work, bringing a sense of unpredictability. There can be changes in your health which force innovation and changing how you manage your routines, which can become impossible to maintain, and your service can become a revolutionary practice. So as we go into 2026, 2027, some of you may find yourself you can't do the work that you're doing. Your body can demand attention, and your daily life requires constant adaptation, flexibility for you to change, right? So the triangle says that your material values, second house Pluto, are meant to be informed by your family home foundation, or spiritualizing your family lessons, right? What can be learned from your life experience, and expressing what you have learned through changes to the way you go about working daily. So most Sagittariuses, try to chase external success while their spiritual home stays compartmentalized, right, and doing work that doesn't align with their values. This triangle integrates that, so your values and money, second house, are sourced from your emotional ancestral knowing, fourth house, and expressed through what you actually do daily, sixth house energy. So it's not earning money in ways that betray your lineage or wisdom or heritage, or maintaining routines that don't serve your actual worth, but it's letting your home and family teach you about what's truly valuable by learning from mistakes or continuing the things that are valuable and works for your family, right? Then building a daily work practice around that instead of inherited conditioning. So practices for Sagittarius in 2026, your home and family life holds wisdom about your values, asking yourself what does your family and lineage and history know about wealth, belonging and being enough. Let your mystical connection to your family ancestry inform your material choices, and let go of inherited ways of managing money and keep ancestral wealth wisdom, right? So let go of any dysfunctional ways of handling money, being in your home, and going about your work. As you go into 2027, your daily work, sixth house Uranus, needs to match your actual values. Ask yourself also, is what you do daily, jobs, routines, service, socializing, aligned with what you truly value? If not, let it die, let that part of you die and compost into something new. That's the Pluto influence, right? And innovate a new daily practice. That's Uranus energy that serves your truth. And by the time you get into 2028, the integration phase, right, your values should be sourced from family wisdom, expressed as a daily practice, and this doesn't mean following your family, as I said, but learning the wisdom from it, the things that can help you live and be more balanced in your life. And by 2029, what you do daily should match what you actually value and be both rooted in your family history and experience and knowing, instead of being programmed by capitalist regime, or what the world tells you to be, or what the technological leaders tell you to value, or anyone else tells you to value, right? So Dennis Brown's song, if you look it up, Money in My Pocket, is a good reference point for relationship to material abundance, second house stuff, through staying rooted in your own personal history. So this song is rooted in Dennis's Jamaican lineage, expressed as a daily creative practice. So this is what this song is showing you through the lens of roots reggae, about how important, you know, love is in this world, especially. Yeah, you may have money in your pocket, yeah, you may have material possessions, but do you have love? And not romantic love of the other, but love of self, respect for self, based on your own belief system. So that's the end of my guidance for you guys. So for Capricorn, Sun, Moon and Rising, Uranus in Taurus hits your 5th house of creativity, romance, children, pleasure, play, self-expression, art, speculation and joy. Neptune in Pisces hits your 3rd house of communication, siblings, local environment, early education, daily movement, neighbours and short trips. And Pluto in Capricorn hits your 1st house of self, body, identity, appearance, how you meet the world and your life direction and ego. So what's activating your identity? 1st house, communication, 3rd house and creative expression, and 5th house are the magic triangle for you. So the mystical communication 3rd house Neptune is grounded in revolutionary creativity. 5th house Uranus, that is called upon to transform your entire self. 1st house Pluto, and you are the primary transformation, your identity, death, rebirthing while learning to speak and create differently. In terms of specific challenges, 1st house Pluto wants you to go through the death, rebirthing cycle of your entire identity. You can become unrecognizable from who you were. So you may go through multiple identity deaths, or you could have already been going through them, as your ego composts, changes and regenerates into something new. And, you know, even your appearance can change dramatically, as well as how you meet the world can be completely different. And as we go deeper into 2026, you can barely remember who you were, and that's the power of Pluto in this triangle, right? And in, you know, your sort of triangle for you guys, Capricorn, it can be exhausting. Watch out for burnout, but it's also powerful. You can become the transformer. The 3rd house Neptune is dissolving communication boundaries, so it can be hard to think clearly, words can be slippery, siblings might be mystical. You may find it hard to understand those in your local environment because of the influence of Neptune on your 3rd house, right? And sources of information can cause confusion, as can siblings and your local environment in general, which can be more dreamlike. And your daily movement between places can feel more symbolic, not just functional. So you can find yourself either accessing poetic, mystical language, or lost in mental fog, unable to communicate clearly. So we've also got the influence of Uranus in the 5th house, which is changing your creativity and romance. So you can't create from old patterns. Sudden creative breakthroughs are needed. Romantic relationships may become more unconventional. Children, if you have them, can disrupt or expectations, or your inner child could get in the way, but it's about trying to meet your inner child's needs, or the needs of your children in a balanced way, as well as your own needs. And remember that, you know, as you go deep into 2026, your creative expression and ability for joy and happiness are changing beyond recognition, and that, you know, to give and receive pleasure, you need to be more authentic and not just performative. So the triangle says your identity, transformation, 1st house Pluto, is meant to be informed by mystical communication, you know, 3rd house Neptune, and you have to express this through revolutionary creativity, which is Uranus in your 5th house. So in general, most Capricorns try to control identity transformation instead of surrendering to it, and keep communication logical instead of mystical, and create from duty instead of joy. And this triangle forces, you know, are different. Your identity, 1st house, becomes the person who speaks mystically, 3rd house, and creates revolutionary 5th house stuff, right? Not by maintaining your old self, but by dabbling, exploring a new expression, right? So it's about slowly letting go of the old and bringing in the new, fully dying to who you were, being reborn as someone whose voice is poetic and visionary and whose creativity serves truth and not status. So practices for you during this magic triangle over the next 3.5 years. In 2026, let your identity die. This is what first house Pluto wants. Stop trying to control who you're becoming. Every time you feel yourself holding on to, I am this or that, your old identity, practice saying, I was that, but now I'm compassing, I'm becoming, I'm letting go. Then, speak from the becoming, which is what third house Neptune wants you to do, and create from the newness, the emergence, which is what fifth house Uranus wants, right? And as you get into 2027, your communication, third house Neptune, becomes more mystical, spiritual. Stop trying to make it so logical. Let your voice be symbolic, visionary, poetic. Then express that mysticism through revolutionary creativity. Creativity are things that don't fit categories, romance that doesn't follow scripts, play that serves vision, not just fun. And as you go into 2028, integrate all of this. Your identity should become the mystical communicator, and be creative in your revolutionary expression. So your first house, your identity, is a mystical communicator, third house energy, and you're allowing yourself to create revolutionary pieces of art or whatever you're doing, right? That's fifth house energy. And by 2029, the person you've become speaks truth poetically, creates some depths, exists as the transformation you've been undergoing. So if you think about the TV show Breaking Bad, which is identity transformation through crisis, and this is first house Pluto energy, as I said, and communication can become lies and truth at the same time, which is the influence of third house Neptune, and creative destruction as expression, that's the fifth house Uranus energy. So Walter White, which is the main character in the show, is the sadder version of Capricorn's triangle. Power without vision, so don't be like Walter, but watch and learn what happens when identity, death and rebirth serves ego instead of truth. That's the end Capricorn for you guys. So for Aquarius, Sun, Moon and Rising, Uranus in Taurus is hitting your fourth house of private life, family heritage, roots, home, emotional habits and foundations, right? Mother, feminine energy and sense of belonging. Neptune in Pisces is in your second house of money, resources, values, self-worth, material security, what you have versus what you think you need. And Pluto in Capricorn is in your 12th house of unconscious, isolation, spirituality, endings, what's hidden, retreat, institutions and dissolution. So what's activating is your unconscious spirituality, 12th house, values, money, second house, and home, family, fourth house are the triangle. The mystical values, second house Neptune, are grounded in a revolutionary home foundation, which is fourth house Uranus, helping you to transform unconscious spiritual practice, which is 12th house Pluto. So your private life, material reality and hidden depths all change at the same time. And the challenges that you may face to doing this is 12th house Pluto is wanting you to go through a death rebirthing cycle of your unconscious and spiritual practice. So hidden patterns can surface and come up for transformation. Secrets you hide from yourself, self-destructive habits and addictions are like excessive alcohol or drug use, hooking up, anything like that over the top that gets in the way of you staying emotional, psychological, spiritual, financial, stable, right? So isolation periods can force you to go deep into yourself, forcing you to look at your psychological, emotional and spiritual trauma. Your spiritual practice can become life or death. instead of optional, something that you have to pay attention to, especially your psychological and emotional health. Institutions can either heal you or harm you, or institutions that have been harming you or healing you are revealed, so you may get yourself more in touch with a spiritual group or leave one because it's harming you, getting real in your life about what substances you use and what you take into your body, the relationships, the secrets you run away from, the psychological and emotional and spiritual trauma you won't deal with, and how this has a negative impact on your health. So by we get into the end of 2026, your relationship to the invisible realms should be more the unknown, the spiritual should be completely transformed. You should confront shadows that you didn't even know existed. The second house Neptune energy has been and wants to keep on dissolving your material boundaries. So in terms of money and how you use it, you can get confused about it or get more transcendent, go beyond it. It can be hard to value yourself materially. Resources can become more slippery and hard to keep grasp of. Unexpected costs can happen. You can find that your self-worth is not attached to possessions no more, which is a gift of this energy, this magic triangle for you. Or you can kind of collapse into the money doesn't matter thinking, which is bypassing the shadow. And what you own versus what you need can be unclear, so you can find it hard to maintain your needs during this time. So it's very important to not overspend, to do a budget, to try and stay as grounded as you can. If you can't get help of someone who is more grounded, do not ignore red flags, do not give money away unexpectedly and all of that. And with Uranus in the 4th house, changing how you deal with your home and family. Living situations can change unpredictably. Family dramatics can happen, family dynamics can change. Maybe you're going to start saying, no, you can't have more money or some other resources, or someone's going to say that to you, and that can cause a change in family relationships. Also, your relationship to the feminine energy can be transformed, or your mother, your family traditions and roots and your connection to them can become unstable and uprooted and change. And your home can become unstable, and seeing home as a stable foundation can be impossible. So a lot of instability in the home can happen. And as we go deeper into 2026, you can learn that home is whatever you create it, and family is who you choose. So some of you may decide to let go of family dynamics that are not healthy for you, or friendships, or any other relationship. And you can learn that belonging requires constant change and innovation. So the triangle says your unconscious spiritual work, 12th house Pluto, is meant to be informed by a mystical relationship to values and money, which is 2nd house Neptune, and grounded in a revolutionary home foundation, which is 4th house Uranus. But most Aquarians can try to keep spiritually abstract and distant, separating values from practice, maintaining conventional home life while consciousness revolutionize and change. So the triangle wants to integrate all of this. Like I said, your spiritual practice, the 12th house, becomes source from an honest relationship to material reality, 2nd house energy. What you actually value versus what you've told to be valued can change, and be grounded in a stable home foundation created on what home means to you, which supports your deep inner work and who you're becoming, rather than defending against change in your self-expression. So it's not spirituality escaping material reality, but using material truth and home stability to go deeper into unconscious transformation and change. So in terms of practices for you guys in 2026, your values, 2nd house Neptune, are teaching you what's actually valuable beyond money. Let that wisdom guide unconscious work, which is 12th house Pluto energy. What do you truly value? when everything else is stripped away. Let spiritual practice be sourced from that, not from I should meditate, pray, practice, but from what you actually want to do. And as we go into 2027, your home foundations, 4th house Uranus needs to be revolutionary enough to support spiritual transformation, which is 12th house Pluto. Asking yourself, is your living situation actually conducive to depth work? If not, innovate new home structure, community living, nomadic, minimal, whatever serves you. Let home serve spirit. And as you go into 2028, to integrate this, let your spiritual practice, 12th house, be informed and guided by your authentic values, 2nd house, and grounded in innovative changes in the home, 4th house, letting go of toxic relationships, or at least put in the right boundaries, even if it means distancing yourself. Sometimes we can't cut everyone off, and it's not necessary to do that, but we can have boundaries and distance if people decide not to respect your boundaries. So as we get into 2029, your unconscious work, material reality, and private life should all be aligned and all serving your transformation. And if you listen to Jar 9, a reggae artist, her tunes can help you go into mystical consciousness, 12th house energy through material freedom, 2nd house energy, and she's rooted very much in her Jamaican home ground roots, and so it can, give you inspiration to ground yourself in whatever your heritage and roots are. And if you listen to her, you will hear, what the Aquarius magic triangle lessons are for you through the lens of conscious reggae. So yeah, that's the end of guidance for you guys. So for Pisces, Sun, Moon and Rising, Uranus in Taurus hits your 3rd house of communications, siblings, local environment, early education, mental processing, daily movement and neighbours. And Neptune in Pisces hits your 1st house of self, body identity, appearance, how you meet the world, your life direction, your physical body. And Pluto in Capricorn in your 11th house of groups, community, collective causes, friends, networks, future vision and social movements also. So what's this activating for you guys is your identity. 1st house, communication, 3rd house and communication, 11th house are all your triangle. And you are Neptune, because the ruling planet, Neptune in Pisces, is in your 1st house, the mystic, the visionary, the dissolver of boundaries, right? And the entire triangle is asking you to ground your mystical self, your higher awareness, which is Neptune in your 1st house, through being more innovative and clear in your communication, which is Uranus in your 3rd house, to transform collective engagement, which is Pluto in your 11th house. So your specific challenges to this is your 1st house with Neptune in Pisces, your ruling planet in your sign, in your 1st house, means that you're learning to dissolve and let go. Identity can become clear, boundaries can be looser and hard to touch and forever changing, right? And you can find it hard to ground yourself during this time, right? Because your appearance can change fluidly, change the way you look, clothes, whatever. For some of you it can be hard to know where you end and the world begins, so it's important to have boundaries and rules. Don't ignore red flags, watch out for manipulations and deception. Although you may want to escape into being deceived and ignoring red flags, because Neptune energy can make us want to escape reality and fall into anything that helps us do that, whether it be Netflix and chilling, drugs and alcohol. So watch out for that. Make sure you try and do your best to face reality and to look after your mind, body and soul. So if you use this positively, this magic triangle for you over the next 3.5 years can be a beautiful expression of universal consciousness embodied and lived in, or completely, you can just get completely lost, where you can't function, where you're drowning in everyone else's energy. And the 11th house Pluto energy wants you to, kind of like compass and let go of, your entire relationship to community and collective causes, so you can build new stable ones. So friend groups should have died, could have died, may die. Social movements can reveal corruption, as I said in part 1, and a collective vision can either emerge or come up from the depths of being destroyed by power dynamics. So you could be dealing with groups, spiritual groups that you joined and weren't the right groups for you and took from you, or any sort of thing that you joined, group or relationship that was toxic to your overall well-being on the psychological, emotional, spiritual, financial or physical levels. So as we get into 2026 and beyond, you can learn that genuine community requires facing the collective shadow. Groups can heal or harm us, and your vision for the future must be rooted in truth, not utopian fantasy and escapism, right? So the 3rd house Uranus is, revolutionizing, changing how you think and communicate. So you can experience sudden mental breakthroughs, changes in how you use language. Siblings or local connections can disrupt you or get in the way of your transformation, or can be awakening, help you with your awakening. Your local environment requires constant adaptation and change, because you can't process and navigate and live in your local environment in the old ways that you did. So as you go into 2026, your mind can work completely different, more original, less conditioned, sometimes destabilizing, sometimes not. And the triangle says your mystical identity, 1st house Neptune, is meant to be grounded through revolutionary communication, 3rd house Uranus, to transform how you interact and engage with the collective, which is 11th house Pluto. And most people with a lot of Pisces energy try to stay ungrounded, which is Neptune's gift and curse, right? And avoid clear communication, because words can feel limiting, and either lose themselves in groups or avoid collectives altogether. And the triangle requires something different. Your identity, 1st house, becomes the mystic who can speak clearly, 3rd house energy, right? And serve collective transformation, 11th house energy. Not the mystic who stays in the clouds, avoids life, right? Who's unable to communicate, but the visionary whose insights land in language others can use, serving movements that actually transform power structures instead of spiritual bypassing, escaping, avoiding life by overindulging in toxic relationships or ignoring the writing on the wall, allowing yourself to be used and manipulated, or doing that to others, So yeah, it's about getting real about your life and what you want from it. So practices for Pisces in 2026, accept your Neptune identity, your ruler, and Pisces is in your 1st house and Neptune's there. Accept this. You're the dissolver, the mystic, the one who sees through the veils and what's hidden, but ground it through communication, which is 3rd house Uranus energy. Write, speak, teach, share what you're not seeing. Not I can't explain it. It's understandable, it's ineffable, I can't. Try, innovate language, find the words to explain your experiences. Some of you may create content, or work in a hospital, go into a spiritual profession, or just get more in touch with your higher self. And as you go into 2027, your community, 11th house Pluto, needs your vision, and the 1st house Neptune communicated clearly, which is what the 3rd house Uranus being there wants you to do. So ask yourself, what collective are you being called to serve? Find and build that community. Then use your mystical knowing to guide collective transformation. And remember, your vision isn't just for you, it's for the movement. And as we go into 2028, integrate all of this. So your identity, 1st house Neptune, speaks innovatively, 3rd house Uranus, to serve collective transformation, 11th house Pluto. And by 2029, you're the mystic, communicator, activist, no separation between personal, vision, revolutionary language and community service. So in terms of, a TV show to help you in the show The Leftovers. It shows the mystical dissolution of reality, which is first house Neptune, struggling to communicate the unknown and the things that can't be explained as the characters go through, what's happening, and not to spoil the plot for you. So I don't want to go too much, but as they struggle to communicate the newness without the community processing collective loss. So, which is the 11th house Pluto, right? So this show is Pisces triangle, right, explained. Watch all 3 seasons or re-watch them, and you can get more into the layers of what this magic triangle means for you. So yeah, that's the end of the zodiac guidance for all sun, moon and rising signs, guys. So now I'm just going to talk about the Sabian symbols and the Nakshatras in a lot more depth, and how these add to the layers of this magic triangle. So yeah, thanks for listening to me, and let's get back into it. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about the Sabian symbols, the complete visual language of the triangle that's happening for 3.5 years. So the triangle doesn't just operate through astrology, planetary movements. It speaks through images, and 14 Sabian degree sign combinations activate across the full 2025 to 2028 arc of this special magic triangle, right? Each arriving at a specific moment, each carrying a distinct teaching. So these are not just added decorations, these are the flavour, the symbolic vocabulary the triangle uses to name what it is doing before your conscious mind catches up. So, you can draw if you're creative, or just think about these images as we go through this 3.5 year cycle. So I'm going to talk about every Sabian symbol across Pluto, Uranus and Neptune in depth. So yeah, come with me on that journey. So in 2025 we started the journey with the 6 degrees of Taurus and the 6 degrees of Pisces. So I'm just going to summarize this because I'm entering this at the peak of July 2026. So on the 29th of August 2025, that was the first exact with Uranus's sextile to Neptune, and then in November 2025, when the planets were in retrograde, these symbols came active again. So Taurus 6 degrees Uranus, right? Sabian symbology is a bridge built across a gorge, so like an opening, and you need a bridge to cross it, right? So the image is precise, not a completed bridge, a bridge being built, right? So it's not finished yet, so there's still danger there, right? The gorge, the deep divide, the dangerous gap, the place where crossing seems impossible and construction, is underway. Workers on both sides, the span is not finished, the bridge is not finished, the crossing is not yet possible, and this is where Uranus enters the triangle, not with revolution, the change already complete, but with the construction underway. So think back to 2025, what was ending, what was starting for you, what was you thinking, what was you feeling, and this imagery reminds us that the material world is mid-bridge, the innovation, the change is in process. So what it teaches us about 2025 is that the revolutionary ability for change, Uranus in Taurus, is genuine, but the bridge between your current life and the life your values actually require you to build on your own personal self-reflection and needs and wants, of course considering the other commitments you have, intimate relationship, any children, work, any groups you belong to, friendships and all of that, thinking about how you can sort of like, get more in tune, letting go of the toxicity that you need to let go of. So think back, what was happening around the end of 2025 or 2025 in general. So the gorge is real. The gap between what you value and how you live is real, and the work of building across it has begun but hasn't finished. So on the surface, this is construction across a dangerous gap, work in progress, the span not yet completed. Psychologically, you can see the other side. You started building towards it. The gorge beneath is genuine. If you fall from the bridge and the consequences are real, right? The symbol holds both the promise of crossing and the honest acknowledgement that you're not there yet, right? Completion requires sustained long-term effort, not just intention. So applied, start thinking about what bridge you are building. What gorge am I spanning? What do you need to bring together to, unite? This is the magic triangle. We've got Uranus, the planet of, change and innovation. Pluto, the transformer, right? And Neptune is spiritual. So the mind, body and soul literally meeting together, because we've got two earth signs. Capricorn and Pluto, where Uranus and Capricorn and Taurus, where Uranus and Pluto are, and Neptune in Pisces, mutable water energy, meeting, fits Earth and cardinal, taking action. Capricorn, Pluto wants us to do that. Uranus in Taurus, fits Earth sign, wants us to be stable, right? And Neptune in Pisces, mutable, wanting us to change how we handle the psychological, the spiritual, the emotional, right? So ask yourself, what changes that you are currently doing that will allow the crossing, the newness into your routine, into your life that you couldn't make before, or what routines you need to start so you can start, meeting the goals of the things you actually want to do, in your life. So, think about what connects your current material reality to the life your vision requires. What's your wildest dreams? What do you really want to do? What are your goals? And I know we can't always do everything, because practically bills and commitments, children, partnerships and stuff. But I do believe that we can become more in alignment with what we really want in life, and there's always something we can be doing to improve our psychological, emotional, spiritual, financial, physical health, even if it's just accepting that one or all of these areas are going to stay the same for a while, instead of fighting against the current reality can bring more stress, right? Accepting where you are at now while making a plan to get yourself out of the circumstances is always better. And of course, someone who suffers with anxiety and depression, myself, I understand it can be hard to get out of those when you're in a dark hole, and these things come up and down again. So it's all about always getting back up after each sort of like emotional or mental or spiritual health crisis, and continuing with your goals in the good period, right? So asking about, I may have these physical conditions, psychological conditions, spiritual conditions that get in the way of me fully focusing on things, but what can I do? Some days you may be able to spend 5 minutes on your goals, some other days 10 minutes, right? So Uranus energy in the 6th degree of Pisces is Taurus, asking you to build the life that you want around your current circumstances, not ignoring any trauma or wounds, but accepting that these are part of your life and making a plan to live with these day to day, right? So in terms of the shadow of this symbology, the unfinished bridge was abandoned midway. So the gorge construction started during a moment of inspiration that collapsed from a lack of sustained commitment, right? So again, reminding us of the commitment, getting back up after each failure to reach our goals is what's needed, so that, obstacles will come, we can't stop that. But if we be more realistic about how long things take to build and the effort that it takes to reach our goals. Factor in times when we're depressed, we're going through grief, a breakup, unexpected bills and all of that are going to come into the equation. If we accept that, the testing periods, if you're religious or you believe in a higher power, we have these testing phases sometimes to see how much we learn, how much we can, still have faith in whatever religion or spiritual thing we say we believe in, right? Also, the person who stands at the gorge edge forever, described being the bridge they plan to build, never begins construction. So it's about making the small steps, starting, right? Letting go of procrastination, and it can be hard, right? So the gift of this symbology, Uranus 6 degrees, right, of Taurus, is the ongoing work that will create a permanent passage. The bridge serves not just the builder, it serves everyone who needs to cross after. The triangle begins with a construction site, everything's up in the air in 2025-2026, but as we go into 2027 and 2028, the bridge, the daily habits should become more stable, right? And this is honest. Everything starts with chaos and the mess, right? What's being built across the gorge of your material life will take the full 4-year arc to complete, right? So, again, making us realistic with the time frames of what it takes to reach our goals, right? So, yeah. So the Sabian symbology for Pisces is a parade of army officers in full dress, and all of these Sabian symbols over the 4 years of the magic triangle come on and off, because although the Zat day, as I said, the last Zat day is in 2028, we still have Neptune sextile to Pluto ongoing, and although the magic triangle ends, deep into 2029, 2030, the influence is still going to affect us, right? So Pisces shows us military authority, those who hold collective power, dressed in ceremonial costume rather than combat gear, right? The parade, the public display, not fighting, performing the identity of fighting. The full dress uniform is the most complete expression of what these officers represent, worn in a context where representation matters more than ability, right? And this is Neptune entering the triangle, and Neptune at this precise degree names its own shadow with uncomfortable accuracy, right? The parade of army officers in full dress in the spiritual life, performed rather than lived, right? The consciousness practice is worn as an identity rather than integrating it as transformation. So it's again reminding us again, about the fake spiritual bypassing and the performance of spirituality, the uniform of awakening, the tarot cards, the crystals, the vocabulary, the universe gives and don't take away, don't think negative, it's all positive, you're attracting all the negative to you, you're ill because you're thinking weak thoughts and all of that, right? The retreat schedule, the astrological self-awareness, displayed in, the collective parade of spirituality as culture rather as spirituality as a part of life, right? So on the surface, officers in ceremonial dress moving in formation through public space, this is display of power itself through ritual and symbol rather than action, right? So again, reminding us over the next, the remaining 3.5 years of the magic triangle, we have to take action towards our goals. Psychologically, the deep question this symbol opens is the difference between the ability represented by the uniform and the actual deployment, the actual ability, to take the action what that uniform represents, right? You can be in full dress, every aspect of your spiritual identity presented perfectly, and still not have mobilize what the uniform represents. And Neptune is asking at the triangles opening, right, and during its stay, is your spiritual life a parade or a deployment? Is it something that you just do on the surface to look good on social media, or to seem more, appealing to, online dating or any other group, right? Or are you actually putting it into practice, right? So at the start of 2025, this symbol invited us to examine what we do spiritually versus what we live, not to condemn or judge the performance. The ceremony serves real function. Tarot cards, crystals, being into astrology, all serve a function, but to ask, yourself whether the full dress uniform, are you prepared to go to the next step? Because a lot of the time we're okay with mantras and certain things and thinking positive, but we ignore the shadow, the inner work. That's why in part 1, if you haven't listened to it, listen to it. I go into the shadow, right? The shadow of this magic triangle, what could happen on the worst end if we don't use this energy, right? Which is falling into spiritual bypassing, falling into authoritative government and a kind of technocratic leadership, because we are all divided. We're all saying, I'm better than you, my religion's better than yours, and all of this, my spiritual discipline is better than yours, instead of seeing, uniting and coming together as a collective against, the things that are trying to take away our democracies and our individualities, in terms of, telling us that we can't have freedom of speech, and we're getting less and less, out of critical thinking, because we're all just living in our own algorithm bubble, right? So again, we have to ask whether the full dress uniform is preparation for the actual engagement, living the practice of our spiritual life, or whether the parade has become the destination, just performing spirituality, is that the destination, the end goal, and the set star to Uranus is asking you to cross this gap, right, to live your spirituality, not through your clothes, tarot or speech, but actually live it by doing that inner work and doing all the internal changes, right, and dealing with your psychological, emotional, spiritual needs. So the shadow of this energy is the parade that never deploys and starts, the spiritual identity worn beautifully that never changes how you live materially, right? You still, don't do anything to preserve the planet or preserve yourself, you're overindulging in drugs and alcohol and all of these things, everything's out of balance, you're still in toxic relationships, you're still lost in your own toxic thoughts and behaviours, spirituality or anything you believe in is meant to change you fundamentally, even if it's a religion. If you say you believe in a higher power, a God, right, whatever you call God, then that's your authority in your life, knowing that you have the faith that whatever the God or the higher being you believe in and what you are doing in life, it's horrible enough, you're going through stuff, whether it's financial uncertainty in relationships, you're going through emotional, psychological and spiritual crises, but and that doesn't mean to bypass that. You're still human, you still live that, right? But ultimately finding, if you say you believe in something higher than yourself, it's having faith in a higher purpose, that higher purpose is going to protect you, even though you are going to still go through the struggles. But there's something, most religions and spiritual beliefs, there's an afterlife, this isn't the only life, so it's not a matter of life or death. The higher consciousness, your soul, should be the main focus that you're trying to protect, because that's the only thing you're going to take out of this life, right, is your higher consciousness, your soul. No money, no car, none of these material possessions. You die, if you get to a certain age of experience, at least someone dying, that's it, their possessions are left behind, they've gone, and so the only thing we can take with us is the things that we believe in, right? So we have to let our beliefs change us materially, knowing that there's a higher power, and speak with that higher power direct, right? Anything that tries to make you dependent on them during these 3.5 years is deceitful. Like I said, spiritual teachers are the ways, religious leaders we can go to support for and all of that, but each of us should be having a one-to-one connection with whoever we call God or higher power. So going back to the symbology, officers whose uniforms are immaculate and whose capacity for actual engagement has never been tested, because it's about getting dirty, getting boots on the ground spirituality, right, or whatever it is. For having the failures, starting things, failing things, sort of like the test and trial period, not just wearing the uniform, actually doing that deep inner work when it comes to spiritual advancement or any other advancement. You want to run the business, a restaurant, you should know how to wash the dishes, sweep the floors. It's about, learning everything there is to know about whatever it is you say that you're interested in. So the gift of this Sabian symbol is ceremony that prepares genuine action, the full dress as an expression of real readiness, not instead of deployment but prior to it, right? And the parade that ends and the actual work begins. So it reminds us, this magic triangle is wanting us to do the actual work of our self-empowerment, the actual work of our enlightenment, right? So now I'm going to talk about the first peak symbols of, the exact of the three of them, Uranus, Pluto and Neptune, meeting in the minor grand trine in July 2026, where we have Uranus in Taurus at the 11th degree. We have Neptune in Pisces at the 11th degrees as well, and Pluto in Capricorn in the 11th degree as well. So all of these are activated from the 15th of July right until the 18th of July. Part of the cosmic storm, that's a separate video or podcast if you're listening to it in that form that I've done, that focuses on the cosmic storm of 7 aspects all happening in July 2026. So you may want to check that one out. So on the 15th to the 18th of July 2026, this is the first complete convergence meeting of all 3 triangle aspects within 11 days, right? So these 3 symbols are the triangle's voice at its first full activation, its inaugural activation, right? Primary activation, opening. Introductory, foundational, to throw in some more words for this, the same thing, right? The beginning, the start. So we have Taurus at the 11th degree. That has the Sabian symbology, a woman sprinkling newly risen flowers with water, right? So this is where Uranus is in Taurus. So this is a woman, newly risen flowers, not established plants, not mature blooms, but what has just broken through the ground, just come up, just surfaced, right? The flowers at their most vulnerable, recently emerged, not yet established roots, still shallow, right? And she brings water, not a flood, but a sprinkling, the specific attention of someone who knows exactly what fragility requires, and this is the image Uranus speaks through at the triangle's first peak in July 2026. So after years of changes in the material world, especially in terms of technology, we're still going through the AI transformation now. Something new has broken through the ground of your actual life, right? So this symbol is reminding us and names what the moment requires. Not more disruption, not more revolutionary force or technology or any new information, but tending, looking after, taking care of the information and the things that need to be taken care of in your life on the emotional, spiritual, psychological, physical and financial levels. So it reminds us that all of this takes patience, right? Time for us to be exact, to make a plan, to be strategic, but allow for flow, to look after our wellness needs, right? Getting enough sleep, eating the right food, drinking enough water, taking walks or listening to nature if you can't go outside, looking outside at nature if you can't actually go out, just measuring, tending, looking after what's just emerged, so looking after your goals, your new habits that you want to do, right? Going back to the basics, right? Learning, that's what I'm doing with a lot of things I practice, going back to the start, right? Because sometimes as we get more advanced we can forget the basics, right? So it's attentive, feminine care directed at vulnerable new growth, so it's reminding us of looking after our emotional, psychological and spiritual needs. It's not watering established plants, so it's telling us, we're letting go. Pluto wants to transform, right? It wants us to let go of the past and move to the future, so tending, looking after what's coming up, what's being born in us, what we've decided our goals are on emotional, psychological, spiritual, financial and physical levels, right? The specific gesture of the right amount of action at the right time, right? So psychologically, in July 2026, the convergence, the meeting of all three is the moment of first knowing, first emergence, the material innovation, so changes that we think about making to our practical habits, the freedom practices, the self-vigility practices, the new relationship to how we use our resources, our time, our energy, our money, the alternative economic arrangements that have been forming underground over the past decade, 2 decades, 3 decades. Some of them have now broken through. They're visible, they're real, and what's not real, what's fake, what's a pyramid scheme. Going back to part 1 and saying that a lot of the time in these new currencies and stuff, it's only those who first get in, whereas they sustain it by bringing other people in that lose money while they make the money, right? So thinking about what's real in your life and looking after your new goals and habits like a newborn baby, because as it's new habits, new ways of thinking, new ways of doing, they're newly risen, which means they can drown. These habits can, you can revert back to your comfort zone easily because you haven't been doing them well, right? They can easily get neglected. So the woman sprinkles water, right? Not floods with water, because she knows what just emerged hasn't yet rooted deeply enough to receive more than it can absorb. So applying this, to your day-to-day life, think about what new habits have happened since 2025, the early part of 2026 in your material life. What changes would you like to see happen? Not the idea, but the actual thing. What do you want to break through into visible form, or what has already broken through into visible form, into something you can touch and see and something you're doing, thinking about, the attention that's needed for your goals, right? Not pressure, not ambitious forcing, but patient, slow, steady, daily commitments, right? Getting back up after each fall, as I said, not a celebration that forgets the watering and looking after your day-to-day goals, but the daily return to them. Some days you've got 5 minutes, some days you've got 5 hours, as I said, the appropriate amount, right? The attentiveness that doesn't demand the flower perform its full blooming before it's ready, but the shadow of this energy is 2 failure modes, right? So the woman who overwaters from anxiety, drowning what she loves with too much anxious attention. So, thinking about, what are you drowning, what are you smothering in your life, or what's drowning you, what's toxic to you, what relationship, thoughts and ideas, habits, overindulgence, indulgement in drugs, alcohol, what's drowning you, right? What do you need to let go of? Who do you need to give space? People pleasing and all of that, being too attentive because you don't want to maybe face the truth of a relationship or something else needs to end. And then, the second failure is the person who gets distracted by the next new thing, neglecting the watering of the old things, and watches the newly risen die from inattention, right? Because you're paying too much attention to the old without paying attention to the new, or forgetting, what you've just created and going on to the next creation without finishing one thing. And we're all guilty of that. We all start projects and things and never finish, right? So the gift of this Sabian symbol is the disciplined tenderness of exactly enough, knowing when to, be firm, knowing when to be gentle, knowing when to water and give things in your life attention, and knowing when to let go and end relationships. As I said, Pluto wants to transform us over these next 3.5 years, right? So it's also, the revolutionary, or the person who has learned that the most radical act available to them right now is patience, consistency, and appropriately measured care. The newly risen flower becomes the established plant, becomes the source of seed, and becomes the next generation that comes up, that emerges, right? So thinking about, the small steps that you can take daily, so that you can take bigger steps, and the roots that will grow into full ideas and bloom. So you may just have an idea now, I want to start this side hustle or business, and it's just an idea. But if you make a business plan, you make steps to learn the skills, you save money or get funding, and you make all these steps, and then one day, that idea, that seed turns into a business, and then you start employing other people to do the work that was just an idea. So that's the next generation of emergence, right? So it's all about seeing the bigger picture while also taking care of the small details of your goals and day-to-day life, looking at what you need to let go of, what you need to pay attention to, what you need to give space to, right? So Pisces is in the 11th degrees, that's when Neptune is in Pisces, right? And the Sabian symbology are men travelling a narrow path seeking illumination. So people travelling a narrow path seeking illumination. And a lot of these Sabian symbols have been made over 100 years ago, and I like to stick to the original meanings and wordings, and of course some of them are not gender neutral. So seekers in motion, people in motion, not wandering, travelling a specific route, not many paths available, it's a narrow one. So it's reminding us about making a choice to be who we want to be, right? So the destination is specific, illumination, enlightenment, awareness, not comfort, not success, not general improvement. There's that thing that the narrow path is designed to reach, and they're moving towards it together, in plurality, not each alone. So Neptune at the triangle's peak, because remember it's the midpoint of the magic triangle, speaks through this image, and the narrowness is the central detail, right? So Neptune in Pisces at its most is diffused, spread all over the place, it's mutable water, right? So it can be all paths simultaneously, all at once, like the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, right? Good movie if you want to check it out. But yeah, so no path is specifically the right way. The mystical is available everywhere, right? So it's reminding us about the mystical in the brushing our teeth, going to the toilet, going for a walk, going to work, bringing this mystical spiritual element into your work, as I said earlier in part 1. So into your life. So not just saying, oh, this is boring, I don't want to do this job, it's so mundane. While you're at work, dream wonderful dreams, think about your goals, think about the positive, right? Spiritualize, make everything mystical, make every act you do sacred, from going to sleep at night, waking up in the morning, brushing your teeth, to washing your clothes, to cutting vegetables, right? So it means access nowhere in particular, but everywhere. The mystical is everywhere, right? The narrow path is corrective. So at this degree, at this moment, the spiritual vision requires a specific route, right? So, you know, on the surface, it's a group of seekers moving together along a constrained path towards a definite destination. So discipline in seeking and looking for, to be more selective about what you do in your day-to-day life, who you listen to, what advice you take, what communities you belong to, right? And a narrow way, like, yes, you know, doing everything all at once, but the narrow focus of reaching your goals, not at all costs, in the Capricorn way, like I don't care about anyone else, dog eat dog and all of that, but in a focused way where you define your goals and you stick to them, right? So psychologically, by July 26, the spiritual awakening of Neptune in Pisces, you know, has produced millions of people with genuine mystical experience, but no specific practice, right? We're all kind of just taking a bit from here and there, and that's okay, because it's about having that one-to-one connection to a higher being, and everyone's path is different, right? But your path should be your path, right? So the breath of awakening has been real. The depth of, you know, specific, sustained, long-term engagement and practice, you know, has been rarer, you know, continuing with that shadow work, inner child work, you know, continuing with the depths and layers. A lot of the time, people find the spiritual thing they like, and or anything in life, and they stick to it. And then when we do that, we become closed, because there's always new awareness, right? There's always levels. This is why I say we are never woke, or, you know, we are always awakening. Because there's just, on my own personal path, I've seen that there's lots of layers and lessons. Sometimes we think we learn a lesson and we go back to it, you know, to see if we really learnt it, right? That's, you know, sometimes if we say we have faith and we believe in a higher power, but, you know, we get tested, and of course there's times when we believe in a higher power or God more than others, but the point is, you know, about long-term engagement, knowing that the path is circular, there's many levels, and staying open to experience, and of course trying to stay in tune with love. And optimism can be hard when there's just so much war, cost of living and other pressures in our life, right? So this symbol is Neptune asking, which path specifically do you want to take, you know, not, you know, going here and there and just taking everything. That doesn't mean if you like meditation, Tai Chi, yoga, you know, you can do any of the practices, but it just means what's your path, you know, rather than always seeking a teacher, a leader or guru, you know, taking leadership in your own life, becoming more empowered. So it's not the path that's best for everyone. It's asking you to find what path is yours. The narrow path means you cannot take all paths. Illumination, enlightenment requires this specific route, maintained, walked and lived in, you know, walked with others who share the direction, but even though you're sharing the direction, you're still on separate paths, right? So if your spiritual life in July 2026 is broad and unfocused, right, you know, a little bit of this retreat, a little bit of that practice, a little bit of this teacher, a little bit of that teacher, this symbol is asking you to choose the narrow path, not because other paths are wrong, because, you know, like I said, there's many ways. We're about 8 billion now on the planet. There's about 8 billion ways to enlightenment, to the divine, right? And because every illumination requires the specific, sustained, long-term engagement that only the narrow path produces, you have to ask yourself, what is your specific practice? What are the companions? Who are your companions as you walk this journey, you know? Because sometimes, you know, the people that we choose in our life and keeping close to us can drain us of our vital energies, and not because, you know, yeah, we should be able to stay in our own energy, but sometimes people are just on different paths, and that doesn't mean we love them any less. It just means, you know, sometimes we have to walk with those on the same similar sort of path of us in a close way, you know, and other people we keep on the sidelines, the peripherals, right? And let them live their lives and go on their journey, right? So the shadow of this energy is, you know, the narrowness becomes inflexibility, becomes too rigid. The seeker who found the path and decided it was the only path for everybody, right? some people say a lot of organised religions do this, right? Or using the discipline of the narrow route as a weapon against those walking differently, which we are seeing in the world. My religion's better than yours, my way of life is better than yours, we don't want you here, we don't want you there. It's lots of division, and we have to be careful that, this doesn't create a place where we're all trapped in these prisons, because we give more and more of our power away in our individual and collective life, right? So if the narrow path produces dogma instead of illumination and enlightenment, as in, you find yourself saying, this is the only way, and anyone who don't believe in my way, then, they're doing it wrong. We have to remember that a lot of truth is subjective, it's an individual experience. Of course, there's universal truths, like we have day and night in the Northern Hemisphere, we have 4 seasons, in the Northern Hemisphere typically, and stuff like that, but some things are, but it's not everywhere. Some places have more dark time, night time than daytime, and all of this. So being aware of different truths and different belief systems that are equally as valid, right? So the gift of this is the arrival, the seekers who walk the specific constrained route long enough to understand what it was designed to teach, not the universal available arrival and belief that's available to all approaches simultaneously, but the specific enlightenment that this particular path was built to reach. So focusing on your path, right, while respecting everybody else's paths and journeys, right? So Capricorn, where Pluto is, has the Sabian symbology, a large group of pheasants, so wild birds in numbers, not domesticated, not caged, not isolated into individual territories, right, but gathered together in open space, available, visible, and present as a collective in their natural form. So Pluto in Capricorn at the triangle's first peak speaks through this image, and the teaching requires understanding what pheasants historically represent. They are game birds. They have been hunted, claimed and declared the property of whoever controlled the land on which they walked on. Landowners legally and historically owned the pheasants that lived on their land, which, how can we own nature? But that's another debate. But the large group of pheasants is an image of abundance that has been owned by whoever claimed the territory, the space, right? So many wild birds gathered together, so it is representative of collective abundance in natural, ungoverned form, neither caged nor scattered, simple, present together. So psychologically, Pluto in Capricorn is asking what structures, routines in your life and in the world serve your life, and what structures serve the concentration of power. Like I said, governments getting more authoritarian, and technological leaders and other businesses having more control over our lives, right? While, selling us with glossy ad campaigns and speeches. Like I said in part 1, saying all the right things but doing all the wrong things. Doing things like, I'm buying greener vehicles to deliver my goods, to all these customers. I'm looking after the environment, but not thinking about the extra times you put on the workers to, not paying them enough, not paying your workers enough, not paying the manufacturers of goods enough, and all of this. So the fakery of being ethical, right? So the large group of pheasants in collective abundance, material, creative, social, natural, that has historically been declared the property of whoever owns the field. And the structure transformation Pluto is asking what happens when that declaration of ownership is composted, let go of, ended. The pheasants are still there, like if all humans die, all animals are going to be here, all weeds and trees are still going to be here, overtaking the land, right? No one's going to own them then, because they were always there. They just were never actually owned. So asking yourself to apply this in your day-to-day life, ask yourself what in your life, in your community, in your, material world is the large group of pheasants. What's that? What's represented, right? What abundance has been claimed by someone else's naming of ownership over you and maybe your time, energy, whatever, and what collective resources exist that the current power structures have been treating as their property to distribute or withhold, because we can argue that food grows in certain climates and stuff, and land, shouldn't we all be able to just have land for free? And then me saying this would be like, no, that's absurd. But someone claims they own this land and we have to pay all these extortionate sort of like rents and mortgages and stuff. What things are we actually accepting as normal because there always have been that are not really the truth? Can everybody own, big entities really need to own all the land and putting pressure on people and all of this? So should we all by birthright be allowed to have a piece of nature that we call our home for free? What abundance has been claimed by someone else's naming of ownership? And that may be too far out there. You may be saying, yeah, well, we have to pay rent and all of this, but thinking that that's because we've accepted that. So also asking what collective resources exist that the current power structures have been treating as their property to distribute or withhold, as I said. And in July, Pluto is asking you to see the pheasants clearly and to notice who has been deciding whether you have access to them. So in your individual life, this could be family members putting too much demands on your time, money, energy and stuff like that. So the shadow of this Pluto symbol, or Capricorn symbol, is the abundance that has waited to be claimed by whoever arrives with the new ownership papers, right? So green capitalism's dream is the pheasants are still there after the old landowner ends, compost, dies, but the new owner has simply taken a different title to the same land, right? And what we need to think about, shouldn't there be access to healthcare, education, housing for all? There's enough land across the world, So the gift of this symbology is the genuine recognition that abundance was never actually owned. The moment when the birds are simply present, collective wealth is available to the collective. The ending of the own ownership claim reveals what always has been there, which is enough land and access to resources. Of course, we build up medical knowledge and all of that, but the mantra of medicine, physician, heal yourself. So heal the mentality of thinking that, people with diseases don't require, or the dignity shouldn't have the dignity of the same levels of healthcare, And again, that may sound a bit utopic, but hey ho. So going into the retrograde descent symbols that happens when Uranus, Neptune and Pluto go retrograde in 2026 and 2027 through the retrograde passes. So we have Uranus sextile Neptune on the 21st of December in Taurus A and Pisces A, and then again on the 15th of January when Uranus is sextile to Neptune goes exact, right? So it enters on the 21st of December 2026 and is exact on the 15th of January 2027. So these symbols carry the quality of inward examination, self-reflection, right? Arriving as the planets revisit lower degrees during the integration phases, right? So we have Uranus in the 8th degree of Taurus, which has the Sabian Symbology, a sleigh on land uncovered by snow. So this is an image of incongruity, strangeness, weirdness, oddness, a sleigh designed for snow, built for, a specific condition, perfectly functional in the right environment, but sitting on land without snow. So the tool doesn't match the conditions. So it's showing us, in terms of the symbology, once again, what worked before doesn't work now, and the sleigh isn't broken, it simply requires what's no longer present. So thinking about, the right conditions that are needed for your goals. So if you want to, go and be a doctor, you have to have a routine for studying, you have to sleep right, try and get enough vitamins, you have to have a routine to reach your goals if you want to start a new business or anything you want to do, so it requires the right conditions, right, to reach our goals. You can't stay up all night and, then want to go every night party and then try and be productive in the workspace or reach your goals. You need to have the right environment, the right routine, right? So by January 2027, Uranus retrogrades to 741 degrees, which rounds up to the 8th Sabian degree, activating this energy. So the revolution has been in motion for over a year. So, since the peak, the beginning of August 2025 and the peak in July 2026, that's 5 months. So the strategies, the tools and the agendas and plans that you developed in 2025 to 2026, you're being asked to re-examine those, re-look at those. Some of them are still slayed on bare ground, because we all typically make New Year goals at the beginning of the year in January, and then by the end of January we've forgotten all about them. So thinking about the plans since 2025 or the beginning of this decade, or all plans in your life that you started and not finished, and then make a list of which ones you really want to do, right? So it's a functioning tool. A sleigh works in the right conditions, but it's useless in the wrong conditions. A sleigh won't move without snow, right, typically. So the mismatch between the instrument and the environment, right? The sleigh that worked in winter sits stranded as the seasons change, right? So psychologically, the January 2027 retrograde passage asking, what strategies did you develop for a reality that has now changed? So any material change, innovation that served you in 2025 may be a slay, may be unproductive by the time you get into 2027. This is why it's about constantly reviewing your goals every 6 months, year, maybe 3 months for some of you, a time scale comfortable for you, and adjusting as quickly as you can, right? Like quinquats energy in astrology, that's the aspect 150 degrees, right? That requires, especially those who have this natally, to adjust sometimes several times, many times a day, like their approach to how to communicate and all sorts. So it's about constant reinvention, but not getting lost in it, just thinking, okay, well, I used to maybe earn £20,000 a year, but now I earn 15, and make an adjustment. So and rethinking your strategies, right? And living accordingly to your means and all of that. So yeah, the sleigh is still technically a good sleigh, but built correctly, it's just not matched to the current conditions. You can't work in the current conditions, right? So it's just looking at the things in your life that need new routines and structures to carry on. It doesn't mean your goals are invalid. It just means that you may have to change the way you do things, and this is not failure. It's a seasonal change, and life has many seasons. The sleigh doesn't need to be destroyed. Your goals don't need to be destroyed. The sleigh needs to be stored until conditions match it again. Some of our goals we have to pull away until when the conditions match it, or we've got the conditions to reach the goals, right? So yeah, it's about matching the conditions, and the sleigh, as I said, don't need to be destroyed. It needs to be stored until the conditions match again, or replaced with what this new ground requires. So upgrading the sleigh, upgrading your routines, your plans, so an audit of what you're still pulling behind you, what you're still doing in your day-to-day life, that no longer matches the conditions. And the sleigh test is this tool still appropriate for where I am now? So it can be, is this way of communicating with my partner appropriate for where we are now? Does this level of spending, is this appropriate for what I'm trying to do in my life now, and so on, right? Or, you know, you may ask yourself, have I been hauling, keeping a snow vehicle across summer fields, wondering why progress feels so hard? You know, sometimes we don't change our plans, and it can be like carrying that sleigh, that baggage, that psychological, emotional, spiritual trauma. And as I said, some things we have to learn to live with, but some things we can let go of. So thinking about the things that you're still carrying, the experiences, the relationships, whatever it is that, you know, is making progress into your new goals so hard, because you need to let go. Pluto in this magic triangle wants us to transform, right? Transform the material, because Pluto's in Capricorn and Uranus is in Taurus, right? So transform our practical day-to-day lives. So the shadow of this Sabian symbol is the insistence that conditions should change to match the sleigh, rather than adapting the tool to conditions, you know, such as the revolutionary who keeps pulling the sleigh across bare ground, certain the snow will return if they persist. The gift is recognizing when conditions have changed and responding with the appropriate tools, right? So the person who stored the sleigh and found the cart needed for bare ground travel, you know, so changing your vehicle, changing your approach to your life, to your goals, you know, that's the main focus of that Sabian symbol as we go into the end of 2026 and early 2027, right? And as we go still into the summer also, because, you know, the energy is still, you know, all these Sabian symbols are still going to affect, even though they happen at different times, the whole period of the magic triangle, right? So Pisces is in 8 degrees while Neptune's there, and it has the Sabian symbology, a girl blowing a bugle. So this is young feminine energy, so a young woman using an instrument traditionally associated with masculine military function, right? So the bugle is used to signal, to call, to announce, to mobilize, in the hands of a girl rather than a soldier. So it's not incompetent, you know, not playing, blowing it, right, making the sounds that cause attention, right? So by January 2027, Neptune retrograde returns to 741 Pisces, so rounds up to the 8th Sabian degree. So the mystical vision that has been developing needs to be announced, not published, not packaged, but sounded, you know, so you speaking into existence what it is that you want to do in your spiritual, emotional and psychological care and practice, right? The bugle isn't used for nuanced conversation. It's used when something needs to be heard by people who aren't paying attention. So, you know, as we go into the new year, you know, end of 2026, start of 2027, think about the relationships, the goals, maybe the things that you need to end or put attention to, let go of, you know. So this is feminine youth energy using a masculine instrument to produce a sound intended to call and mobilize. And of course, instruments are gender neutral, and that's not what I'm saying, but just saying what they traditionally are, what, you know, military men use, right? Although women are in the military and all of that. So it's about, you know, the unexpected messenger, you know. So look out for information that comes from unexpected sources, right? Asking, you know, on the psychological level, who in your life doesn't expect you to sound the call? You know, what in you has been trained to believe the announcement function belongs to someone else, someone more official, someone with the proper authority. So looking at the ways that you can take ownership in your day-to-day life, right? Looking at the things that, you know, are taking your power away in your intimate relationships, in your friendships, and then your groups you belong to, and empowering yourself. This is what Pluto in this, you know, magic triangle wants you to do. Transform the way that you use your own personal power and energy, you know, and to, you know, anyone that's stopping you from, you know, taking authority over your life. Obviously, when you're in intimate relationships, you have to have the proper conversations and everything's got to be equal and all of that, you know. But thinking about, the people in your life who benefit from you not changing, and why they benefit from you not changing, and also, why you may be afraid of speaking your truth. You may want to say, I want to end this, I don't want to do this no more, I want to change my career, or anything else that you want to stand up for in your life. Of course, there's economic factors that we are beyond our control, right, as we've seen this year, but thinking about, what things in your life you can have authority over. So Neptune retrograde in the 8th degree is asking the mystic, the young feminine in us all, us to use our feminine energy, looking after and understanding the psychological, emotional and spiritual aspects of our life, asking us to be the holder of our vision, to stop waiting for an unauthorized voice, stop letting other people dictate your life, sound what you know, say what you know. So again, like I said, a lot of it, for a lot of the sun, moon and rising signs, it's all about us coming into our own in our different directions, and going out into the world authentically, right? So Neptune's vision has a sound, and by January 2027, the vision that has been developing needs to be transmitted, not just held. So we need to speak our truth. We have to say the things we've been putting off. The bugle isn't subtle, right? You can hear it. Once it's blown, and it has a distinct sound, you use it because the situation requires announcement, sound, not whisper. So, ask yourself what in your life or within you needs to be called forward. What's your inner child saying? What's your shadow saying? What's your highest goals? Your potential? What do you want? What do you want to say? What in your community needs the sound of what you're seeing to mobilize it? The shadow of this energy is the girl who blows the bugle out of time, calling the charge when retreat is needed, or calling retreat when the moment requires advance. So it brings our attention to when we need to speak our truth and when we need to retreat and think about and practice, giving space in a situation to reflect, gather our thoughts, write them down, voice record them, video record them, gathering our thoughts, or letting the truth come out explosively sometimes, because this is the truth, right? So speaking out, speaking your truth and thinking about the ways you communicate your truth, remembering that your goals, your vision needs to be grounded in reality, in your reality, thought out before announcing them. The bugle should bring truth. What you say should be your truth, right? So the unexpected voice that carries truth through, precisely because it's unexpected. Nobody was watching the girl for the announcement. That's exactly why the announcement lands, right? So sometimes it's saying those unexpected things that can shock people, and as I said, they may think, oh my gosh, I can't believe they're saying this, or whatever, So that's the end of the analysis of that Sabian symbol. So also, we have some more retrogrades and some more returning symbols. So we have Pluto in the 10th degrees of Capricorn, Pisces in the 10th degrees, Neptune in the 10th degree of Pisces, and Uranus in the 10th degree of Taurus, right? So this was active on the 25th of July 2026. Neptune Pluto first peak September 16th 2026 when it went retrograde, then November 29th of when Uranus is trying to Pluto retrograded while the planets retrograded back, right? And the 10 degree symbols carry the quality of examination, asking deeper questions than the advancing degrees, right? So the Sabian symbology for the 10th degrees of Capricorn is an albatross feeding from the hand of a sailor. So this is a wild sea bird, the albatross, the wanderer of the open ocean, the creature whose presence sailors once read as an omen and whose killing was understood to bring chaos and catastrophe, accepting food from a human hand. So this is not a capture, this is not domestication, turning it into your pet. The albatross remains wild, right? It lands, it receives it could leave, right? The sailor offers without forcing. Both are choosing the moment. So Pluto in Capricorn at this degree asks the central question of central and structural transformation. Can we, can the world trust the structure and routine? Can that world part of us trust it? Can the free trust the institution? Can we trust our, the technological leaders, the governments, the councillors, the senators, whatever the authority in our countries? Can what cannot be owned accept nourishment, food, advice, information for what claims ownership of most things? So, the albatross is a wild oceanic creature in a deliberate contact with structured human presence in this Sabian symbol, right? Voluntary reception, trust across the boundary between the world and civilized. And psychologically, the structural power of Capricorn has been intensifying since 2020, the start of the pandemic. The world has changed forever. People are still dealing with the aftermath of lockdowns, a lot of changes in government and the way we go about the world and interact with each other, how we use cash and so on. A lot has changed, and what remains is what's earned, in terms of the albatross trust, feeding from the hand of the sailor, but not much else is left, right? We have become very untrusting of whether it's other people, are they going to infect us, or government and stuff like that, right? And distrust between cultures, religions and all sorts, right? So on July 26th, the first exact Neptune-Pluto sextile at this degree is asking of every institution, every authority structure, every power arrangement, are you feeding the world or are you trapping it, right? Are you feeding the people of your nations with good healthcare, education, payment structures, or whatever? Are you trapping them in the cycle of depression, debt and all the rest of it, right? Also, asking the world, so asking every uncontrolled, ungovernable, instinctive part of collective life the harder question: where can you actually accept nourishment without losing who you are? So thinking about, this person may be different from me, but how can we connect without me losing who I am, without them losing who they are, without us all getting lost in our algorithm bubble and becoming more disconnected on things that are meant to bring us together. Social media at its highest can bring us together, and a lot of good has come from it, whether it be marriages, meeting people with similar interests or whatever, right? So it's not all bad. So, trust requires that the bird can leave. So, trust means that, in terms of governance, right, that we can leave, we can have freedom of speech. We're not trapped, we're not imprisoned, right? The moment the sailor closes his hand around the albatross, the relationship ends. Pluto in Capricorn at its best produces structures that know this, that offer without closing the hand. Every institution, community or relationship that is genuinely serving will pass the test, The albatross that forgets it can leave, is the shadow of this, when we feel that we are trapped. And of course, some of us are in coercive situations and it's harder for us to leave those, and we have to take the right procedures and all of that. That's not what I'm saying. And sometimes we are trapped in our nations and our countries, visas and all sorts, of course, these are systems that we need to collectively fight against together, so everyone in the world can have equal rights and justice, right? So, the shadow of this energy is the albatross that forgets it can leave. The wild thing that comes for the food so reliably, it stops knowing it has a choice, Sometimes, we can get dependent on systems and forget we have a choice. So it's the gradual domestication that happens without violence. Like, we have teenage angst, and of course we have to let go of some of that as we move into adulthood. But a lot of the time we forget the needs of our inner child, the teenage self. And yes, I hear you, some of those things we do need to forget, but some of them we need to hold on to our dreams as well, and, you know, repeated dependence and nourishment creates dependency. So looking at the relationships in your life that are codependent or dependent, you know, who has the power and the control. And again, I know it can be hard when you're in an abusive relationship and stuff. So, you know, you have to seek out the right help. You have to move in a specific way, because the most dangerous time in any abusive situation is when you decide to leave, right? However, the gift of this energy, the rare, genuine trust that can happen when the institution that earns the world thinks voluntary presence, when we say, you know, I want to be here, the structure that feeds without trapping, and both are changed by the meeting, the sailor who can be trusted by the albatross, and the albatross who can accept without surrendering freedom, right? So Pisces has the Sabian symbol, an aviator in the clouds, right? So someone flying above the earth in the clouds, unable to see the ground clearly, moving through the sky without visual reference to where they are in relation to the world below, not crash flying, not failed aloft high up, but without a clear orientation to what lies beneath. So Neptune is naming its own danger, right? The visionary in full spiritual flight, surrounded by the beauty and obscurity of the clouds, unable to see the ground that needs to receive what the flight produces, right? So, you know, the human empowered flight, elevated, you know, high up, moving through the cloud cover with limited visibility below. So every time Neptune touches the 9th to the 10th degrees of Pisces across this arc, July the 25th, September the 16th, 2026, this image is operating as the background of spiritual consciousness. The mystic is flying. That's not the problem. The problem is the cloud cover. If you've watched Love Story, you know, the telling of the historical event of, you know, JFK Jr. and how he lost control of the flight, right? So it's visibility, awareness is important, right? Because it can have dire consequences, right? So the problem is the cloud cover. So thinking about what in your life is, you know, getting in the way of you seeing clearly, and addiction, you know, how you can get help for anything that, you know, you can't completely control on your own, looking at your psychological and emotional and spiritual needs, any toxic relationships, toxic habits, toxic situations, and so on, that get in the way of you seeing where you are in relation to, you know, reality, the material world, you know. And the set star to Pluto is specifically asking, can you land? Not can you start flying, but can you find the ground? Can you bring something from high altitude, from your spiritual adventures, from all the 12th house exploration, right, that can be received by material reality? So this Sabian symbol doesn't say don't fly, it says know where the ground is. So again, you know, as I said in part 1, it's about practicing spirituality in a grounded way, and that's why it's good that we've got Uranus in Taurus and Pluto in Capricorn providing this grounding for this Neptune energy, right? So, you know, it's about developing instrument and skills and practices for when visual reference is unavailable. Like I was saying, the times when we do feel low and depressed and anxious, and maybe thoughts of, you know, what are we all doing, you know, what am I doing here, I don't know what to do, feeling really low, you know, having a safety plan, having people you can call. In the UK we have the Samaritans, you know, having a plan for the times when you can't see clearly, when you're not strong enough not to overdrink or take that overindulge in drugs, you know, having a plan for those times, not just for the good times but for your lowest times as well. It's saying the pilot who can only fly in clear weather isn't actually a pilot. So it's about learning to navigate all the weathers of your life, right? The good times, the bad times, the slow times, the fast times, right? And Neptune requires the ability to deal with and navigate by instruments. So sometimes like intuition, sometimes we're led by logic, sometimes we should be led by the mind, sometimes we're led by the body and its physical needs, right? You know, so, you know, by body knowing, by grounded spiritual practice, by the habits of material engagement, by engaging with our intellectual and rational side, even when you can't see the ground from where you are. So the shadow of this energy is permanently living in the clouds, the mystic who has found the clouds so much more beautiful and comfortable than the earth, that landing feels like diminishment. The spiritual practice that keeps you elevated, precisely because being high up, elevation allows you to avoid the demands of material life. And like I said in part 1, we can be spiritual. The highest ebb of Taurus energy actually is practical spirituality, meeting the needs of your financial and other needs, as well as the needs of your spiritual, emotional and psychological needs, right? So it's the gift of this energy is the aerial perspective, being able to look at things from a higher view. Like I was saying, going back to having faith, I'm going through a lot in my life right now. I don't have enough resources, I don't have this, but having that connection to your higher power that can get you through, and that's not to say it's not stressful when things are demanding on your time and your resources and you feel trapped in a hole, but knowing that if you have a connection with a higher power or God, you can draw on that resource, and knowing that there's more to life than just the material, because we can't take it with us, right? So the view of patterns is invisible from ground level, taking the aerial perspective, the ability to see the full scope, the bigger picture of what's below. So the purpose of all the struggles and in your life and all the experiences in your life, because you're above it, you're seeing clearly that there's a pattern. And it's not pleasant when you're going through the depression, anxiety and economic uncertainty and all of that, but to know there's also a faith that helps you rise above it, right, and accept it. Because sometimes when we're going through the struggles, it's made harder when we don't accept where we're at, right, and we keep on forcing things instead of waiting and being patient and patiently tending and looking after our goals and going at the pace that we can, and keeping grateful and thankful and having gratitude for the simple things in life can do that. Oh, there's a leaf, oh, there's a bird singing, oh, your sun's out today, just the little things, right? So Neptune's gift at Pisces 10 is exactly this, but only if the aviator develops the ability to land without crashing, to be grounded, to accept all phases or seasons of life, right? Or weathers, when we can see, and the cloudy visions when everything feels like it's all hope is lost, right? So Taurus Uranus is in the 10th degree of Taurus, and the Sabian symbology is a red cross nurse. So this is about professional compassion, not spontaneous kindness, but trained, organized, identified by function that's present in crisis zones, precisely because the skill was developed before the crisis arrived. And the red cross nurse isn't improvising, she's applying trained ability to emergency conditions. So Uranus at the 10th Sabian degree of Taurus in November 2026 activates this energy, changes in our material life with our money, time, energy, has created casualties. Systems have begun ending and cycles. There's a lot of cost of living crisis across the world, a lot of economic uncertainty. People are in transition. We are in transition as the world goes into this new kind of AI technological revolution, right? So it's asking us, where is the skilled care for those caught in the transformation? And that's the real, thing we should be fighting against in our nations, right? Equality. Where is the government giving the care for the people that actually do need it? And at the moment, all of us sort of need it, right? So if we think about it, medical professional in a service role, identifiable by function. This is a Red Cross nurse, right? Trained for crisis, present where care is most needed, right? And psychologically, the Red Cross nurse exists because warfare and disaster exists, right? Because the necessary violence of major change creates casualties requiring skilled looking after, right? We have a lot of wards now, a lot of volunteers helping, a lot of charities trying to help the best that they can, and revolutionary material transformation Uranus in Taurus is driving through 2025 to 2028 will create casualties. People will lose livelihoods, and we are seeing that livelihoods are being compromised and ending. AI is rising up. A lot of jobs are uncertain before new systems mature. Communities are disrupted by the transition. Individuals whose relationship to material security, is being dismantled faster than freedom can be built. A lot of us have been, taught to believe in the security of material things, money, time, resources, and yes, I know that we do need them, but on the highest spiritual level of this magic mystical triangle is trying to call us into our inner spirituality, our religions, the life beyond life, and this doesn't mean not looking after and trying to pay our bills, meet our requirements, but seeing beyond the material as well. The degree is asking us to look after all of our needs, the needs of our financial needs, physical needs, emotional, spiritual and psychological needs, and accepting the limitations in doing so. And in the context of the transit, of this magic triangle, the Red Cross nurse is everyone and anyone with the trained ability to care for those caught mid-transformation, the skill of recognizing where care is needed without being overwhelmed by it, the training that allows you to remain functional in crisis conditions, the organization that ensures the nurse reaches those who need her. The shadow of this energy is the nurse who keeps the wounded functional enough to be sent back into the very conditions that wounded them. So it's the promises of governments, we're going to bring change, but it's just a new prison, a new cycle, the same conditions that wounded you. What we need is better conditions, healing that manages rather than that transforms, so we want healing that transforms. We want systems in place to ensure that we don't go for these sort of things, whether it's the lack of education, economic stability or anything else, and the Red Cross presence at a war that never ends is, a lot of the time that's what it is. It's like, we're going to take resources from one country, but we're going to send in some other people to help rebuild it and just keep extracting wealth, and the war never ends. But hey, we've got, we're sending doctors out there to deal with the casualties while creating more casualties. We need things to end, we need there to be a proper solution to the world's problems and crises. So the gift of this energy is the healer who can work in the wreckage, and not be destroyed by it. The trained care that stabilizes what the transformation disrupts, and the ability, once the immediate crisis is contained, to ask how the wound happened. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about the Sabian symbols during the integration phases of June 2027 and November 2028. So we have Uranus in the 13th degrees of Taurus, Pisces, where Neptune in the 13th degree of Pisces, and Pluto in the 13th degree of Capricorn, So this is active on the 6th of June 2027, with Uranus's sextile to Neptune, 4th for Zat, and June 15, 2027, with Uranus is trying to Pluto, 3rd of Zat, and November the 8th, 2028, with Neptune sextile to Pluto, final completion as part of this triangle. So these symbols carry the quality of integration, arriving when the triangle has earned the right to go deeper. So the 13th Sabian symbol of Taurus is a porter carrying heavy baggage. So this is not a casual traveller. This is a professional carrier, one who has been given other people's baggage to transport as their function, as part of their job, The weight is explicit, it's heavy. The role is explicit. Carrying for others, the skill is in the management that is, management. The skill is in the managing of weight that is technically not your own, baggage that's not your own. So it's getting us to look at the things that we're carrying, which is not actually ours in terms of emotional, psychological, spiritual, or even financial baggage, right? So by June 2027, when Uranus reaches the 13th degree of Taurus and activates this degree, the revolutionary has been, sustained in motion for 2 years. Uranus's energy, right, wants us to change, to revolutionize our lives, right? And this symbol arrives to ask what has been accumulated in the process of transformation. So looking back over the last 2 to 3 years on the things that you said you wanted to change and your progress in them, and thinking about whether you're carrying it consciously or dragging it without examining what's in the bag. So looking at the habits, day-to-day relationships, all of that, looking at your life, and as I said, what is your stuff that you're carrying and what is stuff that you're carrying that you need to put down, whether it's you're dealing with things from your own past or things you're carrying for others that you have no responsibility. You can't heal that baggage, but it's doing is weighing you down. So this is a skilled worker managing significant weight that belongs to others, the professional burden bearing, labour in the service of others' possessions. Psychologically, the integration symbol for material transformation, drawing our attention to changes in our material life, the way we earn money, spend money, all of that, the way that we use or don't use alternative economies, the freedom, sovereignty practices, the new relationship to resources and all it generates, and that relationship that we should be changing with the way we do things in our life. So thinking about what you're carrying now that you were in 2025 and 2026 as we go into 2027, not just your own material transformation, but what others have handed you to carry because of your ability, your visibility, your access. And again, some of us can carry other people's weights. We just have to make sure we're balancing it properly, looking after our emotional, psychological, spiritual, financial and physical needs, right? The porter symbol asks for honest inventory of what's in the bags that you're managing, right? Whose is it? Is the weight serving you or dragging you down? And as we get into June 2027, you will have been building materials, goals, routines, mindsets, whatever processes into your life or transformation of your life for approximately 2 years now. The porter symbol is asking for audit of what are you carrying, what's in the bags, is it yours, or have you taken on material, the material burdens of others, like I said, because your ability for carrying is visible and people that expect you to do things that's not your job, but that is the porter's job, handling baggage that's not theirs, requiring the management of weight consciously, not indefinitely, but accumulating a load until collapse, until you put it down. So just thinking about, yes, you may be helping people, but is your helping really helping them, or has it become a burden now? Like in 2025, 2026, when you started to help, you may have needed, but it's about getting people to a stage that they can, manage things on their own rather than doing things that they should be managing on their own for them when they have the ability to do it for their own, because some people physically or emotionally, psychologically or spiritually may not be able to do things for their own. But sometimes if we do things that other people can, we create codependency and dependency, and this means that other person's not learning and you're keeping yourself stuck, right? So the shadow of this energy is the baggage that has become identity, the revolutionary, the person who entire sense of purpose is built around the way they carry the things they do for others, right? The stress and all the other things they got going on, the causes, the struggles, the accumulated evidence of how much you're needed. And the weight that was supposed to be processed becomes the story that justifies not going further, and the gift of this energy is the skilled handler who knows how to carry what needs carrying without letting it own them, and the person who has integrated material transformation enough that the weight is known, managed and sometimes set down at the destination, right? So we have Neptune in the 13th degree of Pisces, and the Sabian Symbology is an ancient sword used in many battles, is displayed in a museum. So this is an instrument of force with a history, not broken, intact, preserved, honoured, but retired, placed in the context of what is remembered rather than what is used. This sword, it has fought. It's been in, real battles. The battles are now over. The sword is now an object of completion, endings, being in the museum. It's not an instrument of combat anymore. So Neptune reaches the 13th degree of Pisces in June 2027 and returns again in November 2028, and this is the final exact Neptune-Pluto pass as part of this magic triangle, as I said, and the triangle completes with this image, and the image says something that served the transformation that was used in many battles is ready for the museum. So historically this weapon is preserved and displayed because it has a real history of being used in real battles. Now it's retirement through honour rather than destruction. It's in the museum. The battlefield instrument is now completed in peace, and psychologically, the meaning is the spiritual instrument you used to fight with, the belief system, the processes, the frameworks, the practice, the community that helped you survive the old world and fight for the new belongs in the museum now. So again, thinking about the things that you're ready to drop, you need to drop to move on to the next phases of your life, the relationships, the habits, the thought processes, the spiritual practices. As we go on any journey, any level of awareness, whether you are learning to ride a bike, we learn with training wheels, then we take the wheels off because we can ride properly. It's with anything we learn at first, we're just a beginner, then we go intermediate, then we become an expert, so we don't need the same kind of guidance as we needed when we were beginning in any field, whether it's a spiritual discipline or an intellectual one or academic one, right? So letting go and putting things away in a way that we no longer need in a museum, while just in the history books, letting go of relationship, stop being the back and forth of a toxic relationship, for instance, saying yes, me and that person had a nice love at the time, but now it's in the past, it's in the museum now. It's not discarded, it's not mocked, it's honoured. You respect the experiences, the past, for what it taught you. The battles fought were real after all, but the battles are now done. The museum is where we place what mattered, so we can remember what it was for without continuing to use it in conditions that no longer require its specific form, right? Giving up the struggle, letting go of the toxicity when we didn't know that something was toxic. It served us. Now we know. Now we don't want to be in those conditions. We have to train ourselves to let it go, right? And as the triangle completes in November 2028, you will find certain practices, frameworks, relationships and identities that serve the transformation now feel finished. The need will be to either cling to them, the sword still in hand, fighting battles that have ended, or to throw them away, pretending the battles didn't matter. And the sword in the museum holds the third option. This served and this is done. This is honoured and, this is not picked up again. So the shadow of this energy is the fighter who cannot put down the sword because they cannot imagine who they are without fighting. The activist who cannot stop because stopping feels like a betrayal of the cause. The practitioner, of something who cannot let go of the practice. Like I said, we all have the beginning phases, and yes, we always have fondness for the things that start us on any journey, especially a spiritual one, but sometimes we cannot let go of the practice that saved us, right? Because letting go feels like the death of the self it's saved. And yeah, this is true, but you know, we have become the new us, and of course the roots of that practice will always have funness for us, but we have to move on to the next levels, right? So the gift of this energy is the ability to retire something that worked, to say this was a fighting instrument and the fighting it was designed for is complete, and I have become someone different enough that I don't need it to define me. And completion is not failure. The museum is not the graveyard, right? And the 13th degree of Capricorn, with the Sabian Symbology, a fire worshipper meditates on the ultimate realities of existence. A person in devoted contemplation of fire, not using fire instrumentally, not cooking with it, not burning with it, not fighting with it, worshipping it, attending to it as an object of meditation. Fire as the principle of transformation itself was made, visible, studied and revered, and worshipped, So, Pluto is here, the 13th degree of Capricorn. A fire worshipper meditates on the ultimate realities of existence, right? So, as Pluto reaches the 13th degree of Capricorn in June 2027 and January 2028, the integration and continuation of the structural transformation, changes in our routines, our day-to-day habits, and this degree's fire worshipper arrives as the structural work moves into its deepest integration phase, right? So on the surface, this is a devotee in a contemplative thinking relationship with elemental fire, meditative attention to the transformation principle itself. So worship as study with reverence, with worship, with devotion. So psychologically, the fire worshipper has chosen as their object of devotion the principle of transformation rather than any particular outcome as transformation. They don't worship what the fire produces. The worship is the fire. So going back to, spiritualizing or, finding joy in every simple thing that we do in life, having gratitude, finding the blessing in our life situation, even though we can feel like we're cursed and a lot of crap is happening in the external and in our personal lives, right? So this is Pluto's lesson at the 13th degree of Capricorn, the structural transformation that has been underway, since 2020 is not in service of any particular new structure. It is in service of the principle that structures must serve life. Governments, authorities, systems must serve life, not take away from it. And the fire is the mechanism through which that, fidelity and that flexibility and that flow, that, faithfulness, that loyalty, that dependability on a higher power is maintained. The worshipper doesn't get attached to what the fire has consumed, so what we have lost, what has changed. They tend the fire and trust it. They trust the processes of life, right? The ups and downs, all the seasons, as I said. And by June 2027, the structural transformations of the previous 2 years have either been let go of, composted, ended what needed to be composted and ended and recycled, or they have stored, right? They have stopped, So this symbol asks, are you devoted to transformation itself or to the structures you've built during the transformation? The fire worshipper doesn't protect what the fire has consumed and ending. It doesn't protect the endings, it's accepted the endings because it's committed. The fire worshipper is committed to the process of transformation, not the means, right? So the devotion is to the fire, the transformation, not to any particular product of combustion or any endings, any experiences, letting what needs to end, right? And yeah, it can be painful and it's not easy. A lot of this is easier said than done, I am aware, but getting yourself on a level spiritually, emotionally and psychologically, where you can sort of like make peace with the process, right? So the shadow of this energy is the fire devotee who cannot recognize when the fire has become destructive rather than transformative. So the revolutionary who has worshipped disruption so completely that they apply it even when the building is now needed. Endings have happened, now it's time to build the new. Some things need looking after and tending to, not burning. Some things need to be compost, to recycle, to build a new on the old by learning from the experiences of the old, using good judgment about when to feed the fire and when to walk away from the fire, right? And when to let it bank and spread is the mature form of worship, right? The gift of this energy, this Sabian symbols, the trust in transformation itself as the living principle. The seasons transform, everything changed. No 2 summers is the same, no 2 seasons are the same, no 2 years are exactly the same, no 2 days are exactly the same. So the person who has organized their relationship to institutional and structured life around what serves rather than what endures and lasts, this is what Pluto in Capricorn at the completion of this, is offering, devotion to the fire, to the transformation, not the ash, not the ashes, not what's been lost, not the old, not the rubble, but what's been built from the rubble, from the endings, right? So as we go into June 2028, we've got the completion symbols where Uranus is at the 15th degrees of Taurus, Pisces is at Neptune is at the 15th degree of Pisces, and Pluto is in the 15th degree of Capricorn. So this is active May 10th, 2028. So this is when Uranus is trine to Pluto, has its 5th and final exact meeting at the highest degree reach. And June the 9th, 2028, when Neptune sets down to Pluto, has its 5th exact at the highest degree. And the teaching is at its most evolved expression. This is the highest degrees the magic triangle's going to peak at and get to, right? So the Sabian symbol for Uranus, which is in the 15th degree of Taurus, which has the Sabian symbology, a head covered with a rakish silk hat, muffled against the cold, a man braves the storm, right? So the image is precise and focused. A man in a storm, real weather, real cold, real adversity. He hasn't hidden inside, he hasn't waited for better conditions. He is walking through it. He is prepared and muffled against the cold. He has dressed for the weather. He is not naive about what he is walking into. His hat is rakish. Rakish, not military, not functional, but rakish, worn at an angle with a certain self-assured ease, right? That says something about the person underneath it, right? It's a silk hat, it's fashionable, which is not a hat for storm, right? It's a hat of character, of style, like a baseball cap waist, worn to an angle or backwards, and that was fashionable. It's personality. He is walking into the hardest weather of the 4-year arc wearing something that says, I am still myself. He's braved the storm. He didn't transcend it. He didn't fight it. He doesn't pretend it wasn't there. He walks through it. Muffled for practicality. Rakish for himself, so he's wrapped up warm for the weather. So it's about taking the tools that you practically need, but also having style, doing it your way, expressing yourself as we go through the ending of this magic triangle energy, which over the 4 years, right, from 2025 to 2028, right, is teaching us to be ourselves, right, to get in alignment, to sort our lives out and to transform the things in our lives that we need to. So at the highest degree, Uranus reaches in this triangle on the 10th of May 2028, the 5th and final exact trine. The material revolution arrives here, not the lightning bolt, not the breakdown, not the dramatic transformation movement. A man dressed practically practically and personally, walking with confidence through difficult weather, right? This is what 4 years of material transformation matures into, so it's a man facing a storm, prepared against its cold, walking through it, wearing a stylish hat at an angle that says he is not about to let the weather strip him of himself. Practical and personal simultaneously, not grim survival, not naive cheerfulness, but elegant engagement with what is hard and what's challenging, calling us to do the same, to know that there's challenges that will happen and always happen through our life's years and days and months, right, and decades, but we have to learn the right tools to manage them, knowing that sometimes we will be more hopeless and upset and depressed, anxious and unable to do the things when we're at our peak energy, but preparing for all seasons of our life. So the storm in May 2028 is real. Systems are still reorganizing. Material life is genuinely difficult. The sovereignty practices built since 2025 are still being tested in real conditions. Our goals are always going to get tested. How much do we want the life we say that we want? Circumstances won't be ideal, not when everything went smoothly, but in the cold, when the wind is up, when the easier option would be to wait inside, the man's going outside, right? So it's saying getting on with things even though things ain't perfect, right? So the Vakis hat is the precise teaching. After 4 years of building material solidity, freedom, right? Learning to let things die, developing genuine spiritual ground, you arrive at 2028 not as someone who has transcended difficulty, but as someone who has become themselves enough to walk through difficulty as themselves, right? The revolutionary who has not abandoned booty, the transformer who has not lost their personal flair. Muffled, what the storm requires. You are not unprepared. You have built the skills, the resources, the community, the daily practice. The 4 years of practice are the muffler. They keep you functional enough to keep moving through genuine difficulty. Vakis, you remain distinctly yourself, right? Transformation has not produced grey, euformative where you conform, euformative right, where you conform to others and all of that. The silk hat is not practical, it is personal, it is yours in the most challenging conditions that you will wear it, right? So to apply this energy by May 2028, the question is not whether you can endure and last the storm. The practices have built that ability that you should have built into your day-to-day life, right? The question is whether you are enduring it as yourself or as a survival version of yourself. And the Vakis silk hat asks, what is your particular style of walking through difficulty? Not your coping mechanism, your character, the specific angle of the hat that makes it unmistakably you, your personal expression, your style, your personal style, and the revolutionary practice that you should have been built in since 2025 should not have produced someone ground down into grimness, and nihilism, right? It should have produced someone capable of facing genuine hardship with both preparation and personal style and elegance, right? Elegance, style, yeah. So the muffler and the hat both together, and Uranus in Taurus at its completion is material sovereignty expressed not just as function but as self. The revolutionary who has built enough, food, energy, community, practice, inner groundwork to remain elegant, distinctively themselves, while the storm that accompanies them, that goes with life, right? Transformation still continues, and you move through life storms, right, and walk with it, let it be your companion. So the saddle of this energy is 2 failure modes, right? The man who wears the Vakis hat but does not actually walk into the storm. The revolutionary whose style is his performance, whose elegance is what he projects rather than how he actually shows up when conditions are genuinely difficult, right? The aesthetics of transformation without the substance, right? It's a beautiful hat. He went back inside when it started to rain, right? So, it's about, we we have the style, we keep on walking through them storms. The second failure is the man who braves the storm but has abandoned the hat. Survival, strict of self, expression, a transformation that costs everything, even your distinct personality, style and traits that made it worth having. He made it through, he's functional, but he's not himself anymore, for the worse. The muffler without the raggedness. Practical, yes, but present no longer the self and your personal expression, right? So the gift of this energy is the courage that arrives dressed as itself, and by May 2028, the material revolution should have matured into a person who meets the world's difficulties neither by performing nor by retreating, who walks into the storm as someone who knows their own character well enough to carry it to the hardest ebb and carry on being themselves even through the hardest weather, the hardest storms, the hardest adversities that can happen in life, right? Such as heartbreak, death, and it can be hard. Grief is a big thing, heartbreak is a thing, but it's about learning, as I said, having a plan to deal with yourself in all your weathers, all your moods, knowing how to manage yourself, right? So the silk hat is expensive, it is handcrafted, it is particular, and Uranus in Taurus, the revolution of material beauty, of what we make and wear and value, at its final completion asks, have you built a life elegant enough to walk into difficulty as yourself, not dressed for safety but dressed as you? And this is what Uranus in Taurus completing the final Earth trine with Pluto looks like in its gift, right? Not the lightning bolt, not the explosion, but the person who has built enough material freedom and self-virginity to remain elegant, distinctively themselves, personal expression, practically being themselves while walking through the storm that the transformation requires. You letting go of things, getting out of your comfort zone. Maybe it's ending a toxic relationship, leaving a career, whatever it is this you decide to give up during the magic triangle period over the next 3.5 years, right? The man with the wacky silk hat is not clearing anything. He is walking through something and he looks exactly like himself while doing it. So finding and building your sense of self as you go through life's challenges, right? So Pluto is in the 15th degree of Capricorn, and the Sabian symbology is in a hospital. The children ward is filled with toys, right? Okay, so a hospital is a healing institution. Specifically, the ward is for children, the most vulnerable patients, those who need healing and also need to remain children while they're healed. And in this ward, toys, not medical equipment, toys, the abundance of play, in the place of illness, not despite the illness, but in the presence of it. So Pluto reaches the 15th Sabian degree of Capricorn in May 2028. The highest of degree it reaches in this entire magic triangle, right? The deepest structural transformation, and what it reaches toward is this, the institution that knows what healing actually requires. So on the surface, this is a hospital for the most vulnerable patients, made livable through an abundance of play and toys and helping them to feel at home. The healing space that understands that children need both medicine and joy, toys alongside treatment. And since 2020, Pluto in Capricorn has been composting, letting go, ending, recycling, rebuilding structures built on abstraction and domination. What has been composted toward what is the deepest structural transformation is pointing at is this, the institution that understands what serving life actually means is the ones that need to be built and continue in society, not just keeping people technically functional, not just providing the minimal required for survival. The hospital that fills the wards, the children's ward with toys, knows that healing the whole child requires attending to what children actually are. The toys are not indulgent, they are accurate, applied. The question this Sabian asks of every structure you've built during the triangle is, did you make room for the toys? Does the transformed material life you've created understand what it's for? Is there joy in what you've built? The hospital is still a hospital. The children are genuinely sick and they genuinely need medicine, right? But the toys are also genuinely necessary, both, not one or the other, you know? So the shadow of this energy, you know, can happen in two ways. Pluto in Capricorn is particularly susceptible to the first, the ward full of efficient medical equipment and no toys, the healing institution that treats only the illness and forgets to treat the child, you know, so giving us medication that deals with the symptoms and not dealing with the underlying cause of what caused the symptoms in the first place. And the ward full of toys with no medicine, the institution so focused on gentleness that it fails at actual function. You know, it's got the toys but no healing. There's a lot of spiritual disciplines that have promised healing, but you know, bathing in the sunlight, eating certain foods, and people have gotten worse in their illness, cancers, whatever. So it's about finding the balance between alternative healing and traditional scientific medicine, right? And also incorporating play. So it's about working with our logical minds and our, our subconscious minds as well, having good judgment about when the toys matter and when the medicine takes priority is the completion work, right? The structure that serves lives fully, the institution that has done the birth, rebirth work that Pluto has required, you know, and arriving at something that genuinely understands what it's here for. Pluto in Capricorn, to transform the structures, to transform traditions while staying grounded in, you know, earth and the reality and the practicalities of day-to-day life and needs, building power structures and authoritative systems, technology that serves life, not just in principle but in the actual detail of filling the world with what makes healing possible, right? So that's the whole process of this energy, right? So Pisces, where Neptune is, right, the 15th degree, the Sabian symbology for this degree is an officer instructing his men before assimilated the soul under a barrage of live cells. So this is not a classroom, not a manual, not a rehearsal where the bullets are blanks and everyone goes home safe, right? Live cells, real danger. The stimulation is lethal enough to kill, and the teaching happens anyway inside of that. The officer knows something that his men doesn't know yet. He's not lecturing. He is preparing them for what is actually coming, using conditions close enough to the real thing that the preparation holds while the real thing arrives. So, you know, this is a leader with the knowledge the students don't have yet. They haven't been in combat yet, teaching them what they need to survive, not in safety, but under actual threat. The training ground that doesn't soften the danger to make learning comfortable. It's real learning. Like I said, this magic triangle world, the external circumstances, our personal life's going to throw a lot of crap at us. This magic triangle is giving us the energy to push through it and to work through the things that we need to transform. So Neptune reaches the 15th Sabian degree in June 2028, the highest degree it reaches during this magic triangle, and what it arrives at is this vision that has been tested enough to transmit. The spiritual teacher, the creative visionary, the one who holds the collective dream at completion, and they are not holding the vision in protected conditions. They are passing it on inside the difficulty, inside the storms, the chaos, the real day-to-day problems of life, right? The life cells are the point. A vision transmitted only in calm cannot survive the storm. The officer knows this. He is building and teaching for the weather, so by 2028 June, right? How we apply this energy of this Sabian symbol. The question Neptune asks is, can you teach what you know inside difficulty, not after, not when conditions improve, but now, while the cells are still alive, while the crap is still coming at you from all directions in your life, right? While you're still going through the heartbreak, the trauma, learning to live with your psychological, emotional, spiritual, financial and physical needs, and manage what's lacking. So the shadow of, this energy are two things, right? The simulation with no danger, training so protected in a protected way. It prepares people for nothing, beautiful teachings that produces no ability to deal with life and its real trauma and problems, right? And the life cells with no instruction, throwing people into the deep end, into genuine danger without the knowledge they need to survive the problems and the traumas of life. So, danger without preparation, it's not courage, it is abandonment. So again, reminding us about the tools that we need, the self-reflection, the letting go, the compassing that we need to go through to transform, engaging in the transformation process itself rather than the tools of the transformation, as I said earlier. So the gift of this energy is the vision that survives transmission, right? Neptune at its completion, the dream that has been tested enough to be given away, to have faith in a higher power or the God you believe in, to complete while you do the practical actions. It's not just wishful thinking, you have to take the practical steps to sort out your emotional, psychological, spiritual, financial and other problems, right? But, allowing yourself to sort of flow with the problems, and the teachings, the instructor in this symbology, is passing his knowledge from, his past, knowing from being in battle to those who will need it, still need the training, right, under real conditions with real states, and it holds, right? So again, when you're learning the lessons yourself, to learn them in a way, learn from your life experiences in a way that it holds, it helps you not to repeat the past mistakes, and so teaching others about how to endure their life experiences in a way that lasts a practical experience. So we've got Uranus in Taurus, Pluto in Capricorn, giving us the grounding earth signs, right? Cardinal earth and Capricorn fits earth Taurus, right? Wanting us to make changes in our day-to-day routine, and Neptune bringing the spiritual, so making the spiritual practical is the key core lesson of this magic triangle, right? Okay, so to finish this section off, so this is part 2 of a 3-part series on the magic triangle. In part 1, I went into, the dynamics, the exact entering and leaving times, and what a magic triangle is, the influence of Uranus and Neptune and all the groundwork. In this part, I've talked about the Sabian symbology and given guidance for all 12 sun, moon and rising signs, and now I'm finishing off with the Nakshatras wisdom, and then in the third and final part I'm going to give you actionable guidance on how this affects all the different areas of your life, and you're giving yourself reflection prompts to help you navigate the sort of the ins and outs, questions to ask yourself as you go through these transformations, how it's going to affect your relationships, and how you can build more intimacy with yourself, giving you actionable guidance and 8 practices to help you, through this, and also, advice on how to look after your health and body and all that good stuff. So part 3 is the practicality of all of this, focusing on the practical elements of this. So yeah, I'm going to continue with the Nakshatras wisdom now. So this is 3 deities and 1 teaching, right? So as I said, the triangle, the magic triangle, speaks through planets and signs. So we've got Uranus in Taurus, Pluto in Capricorn and Neptune in Pisces, right? And the mythological depth of this magic triangle lives in the Nakshatras layer, right, in the 3 ruling deities whose territory, paths, constellations, part of the constellations, Nakshatras, Neptune, Uranus and Pluto move through across 2025 and 2028. And, through the 4th Nakshatra, which is Katika, where both Uranus and Neptune pass during the retrograde cycle. So together, these four deities teach about creation, preservation, purification, and the wisdom that holds everything together from the deepest place. So Kartika Nakshatras in Vedic astrology is ruled by Agni, the purifier, and Uranus in Kartika, August to November 2025 and November 2026 to February 2027 in the third and fourth padas, ranging, Kartika ranges from the 26 40 degrees of Aries to the 10th degree of Taurus, right? So Kartika is ruled by the sun, and its deity is Agni, the fire god, the purifier, the sacred intermediary between humanity and the divine, and every Vedic sacrifice passes through Agni. He takes what is offered and transforms it into something the gods can receive. He does not preserve what is given to him. He transforms it utterly into something new. And this symbol is the blade, the flame, and the cutting edge, right? The motivation is kama, the desire that leads towards purification. This is not the desire that accumulates, it is the desire that burns through what accumulates, right? In Vedic understanding, Agni is not merely destructive, he is the most necessary force, the one without whom the sacred can not happen, right? Every ritual fire is Agni, every breath is Agni, the tiny fire in the belly that keeps the body alive. He is the bridge between what is mortal and what is divine, and the bridge that operates through transformation by fire, right? So, Kartika Pada 3, which is ruled by the Aquarius Namvasa, August-November 2025, where Uranus is at the 6th Sabian degree, right? And Aquarius Namvasa Pada 3 brings Saturn's collective quality into Agni's fire. The purification here is social, the blade cutting through what prevents genuine collective relationship, and Uranus at the triangle's opening moment in Kartika Pada 3 is the revolutionary fire that asks what collective arrangements, what social contracts, and what cultural structures need to be burned through before the innovation can happen. And the shadow of this energy is Agni, burning the community itself in the name of purifying it, the fire that cannot tell the difference between infected tissue and healthy tissue, right? Revolutionary purification without good judgment, discernment destroys what should be preserved alongside what should be composted and ended and recycled. So the gift of this energy is the collective arrangements that could not withstand Agni's examination in 2025 were genuinely preventing innovation and change, and Kartika's blade serves by removing them, so it's helping to remove the barriers that are stopping you from moving forward, right, in your life. So supporting everything that I've been saying through the Sabian Symbols, right? So Kartika Pada 4 is the Pisces Namvasa, and in November 2026 and January 2027, when Uranus is retrograde in the 10th degree of Taurus, this energy is active, and the retrograde returns brings Uranus into Kartika Pada 4, where Jupiter's expansive quality in the Pisces Namvasa asks, has the fire been serving liberation, your personal freedom, collective freedom, or has it been destroying what should have been preserved, right, kept, right? And this is the examination process and pass. The blade that caught in 2025 to 2026 in July returns for review, right? The deepest Kartika teaching arrives in the retrograde. Agni burns everything equally. The fire doesn't tell the difference between what you want to keep and what needs to go. The practice is bringing your own discrimination to what you feed the fire, not asking Agni to spare what should burn, but learning what deserves to be offered. And the shadow of Pada 4 is, premature spiritual purification, burning material attachments before they serve their purpose in the name of transcendence that hasn't actually been prepared for. And the retrograde is specifically asking, was the cutting of 2026 premature? So, is what you let go of in 2026, was it too early to do so, Did you burn things down too soon? And the gift here is the fire that has been through scrutiny, the revolutionary force that has been examined its own, is examining its own burning, and, is confirming that what was consumed needed to be consumed, or thinking, well, maybe we consumed this too fast, going back and repairing things if need be, And the second deity is Rahini Nakshatras, which is ruled by Brahma, the creator, and Uranus is in Rahini Nakshatras, July 2026 all the way through to May 2028. So this is the primary arc, right? And this rules the Vedic range of the 10th to the 23rd Sabian degrees, right, or arc energy range. So Rahini is ruled by the moon. Its deity is Brahma, the creator god, the one who brought the world into being through will, vision, and the force of desire. Brahma holds the four Vedas. He created everything. In the mythology, he is the first and most powerful creative force in the cosmos. The symbol is the chariot, the cart, the ox, the banyan tree, rootedness and movement, both at the same time, so standing firm in your convictions, right, which is Uranus, fixed, stubborn earth sign, and movement, which is Capricorn, which is, a cardinal, movable earth sign. So the primary motivation is moksha, which seems paradoxical, for the nakshatra of the moon's greatest love is freedom, liberation through creation, through beauty, through the full expression of creative desire. And the mythology of Rahini is a love story with catastrophic, chaotic implications, right? The moon, known as Chandra, had 27 wives, one for each nakshatra, but Rahini was the one who could not stop returning to, right? His devotion to her was absolute, obsessive, or consuming. The other nakshatra wives complained to Brahma, the moon is neglecting us. Brahma cursed Chandra to wane, right? So this is where we have full moon, waxing moon, new moon, and the moon phases. The devotion to Rahini, to creation, to beauty, to the most magnetic creative force in the zodiac, became the source of the moon's eternal cycle of waxing and waning. And this is the nakshatra through which Uranus makes the primary revolutionary movement in the triangle, the lightning bolt of innovation, moving through the field of maximum creative desire and magnetic fertility. So yeah, and then we have Rahini Pada 1, which is the Aries Namvasa, and this is primarily activated in July 2026 and June 2027 and January 2028. So Mars sub-ruling this Pada brings the initiating aggressive quality to Rahini's fertile creativity. The innovation wants to act, the revolutionary energy Rahini Pada 1 wants to plant now, grow fast, bloom immediately. And the July 2026 peak with, Uranus and in the 11th degree of Taurus, and the June 27 exact at the 13th Sabian symbol, and the January 2028 return again to the 13th symbol, all operate in this Pada, right? So the tension across Rahini Pada 1, Rahini's fertility requires patience. What grows here grows abundantly, but the pace of genuine growth in the most fertile nakshatra cannot be forced. Mars wants to rush, right? And Rahini knows push the plant before it's ready, and you break it at the roots. And the Brahma teaching in Pada 1 is the creator who brought the cosmos into being did not rush it, right? The Vedas were not written in the morning. The capacity to initiate is the gift. The wisdom to allow growth to proceed at its own pace is integration. So allowing the growth to start, well, it's already started in 2025 and continue through 2026, 2027 and 2028. You know, this magic triangle energy lasts for almost 4 years, right? But the shadow of this energy is the moon's obsessive devotion to Rahini, is the warning, right? When Uranus in Rahini generates something beautiful, a genuine material innovation and change, a new form of personal freedom, a creative breakthrough, they're revolutionary, the person you tend to fall in love with it in the way Chandra falls in love with Rahini. And going back to what I was saying about falling in love with the transformation process itself rather than the practices that and the habits that take you through the transformation, right? Because, you know, we can fall in love with the practices in the compulsive, returning sort of way that Chandra fell in love with Rahini, neglecting everything else, you know, the curation, what you make, becoming the obsessive, and you're getting lost in the practices rather than the process, you know. And by the time we get to January 2028, the question is whether the innovations, the changes you decide to make in 2026 or continue to make in 2026 have been integrating into your whole life, or whether they have become the thing you cannot stop returning to at the expense of everything else. So the gift of this is the Brahma capacity, the ability, the genuine creative force that makes what didn't exist before, the material innovation that is not just new but fertile, that generates more abundance from itself, that seeds the next development and revival of the new generation that carries on with the process, right? And Rahini's gift with Uranus lightning is the revolutionary creation that is genuine, abundant, because you allow it to take time and you trust the process rather than falling in love with the practices. And then we have Rahini Pada 2, which is the Taurus Namvasa, and this is active in May 2028 with Uranus at the 15th degree, the highest degree. The triangle's final Uranus trine Pluto exact happens in, you know, Rahini Pada 2, and it is ruled by Venus as its ruler, and in the Taurus Namvasa, and this is Rahini at its purest expression. Venus in Taurus, you know, as the sub-ruling the most fertile Nakshatras, desire, creating beauty, creating abundance. There's no fire in this pada, no urgency. It's pure, creative, magnetic fertility, abundance, giving birth to new ideas, new ways of being, getting outside of your comfort zone, right? And by May 2028, whatever has been built during the revolutionary arc of 2025 to, you know, the beginning of 2028 arrives at this, you know, the pure Rahini quality of Pada 2, beautiful, abundant, created through desire and devotion, getting back up after every failure, right? And the Brahma teaching at its completion is what you've created from genuine creative love is genuinely alive. It will grow from itself. The creator's work is done, right? And then we've got the Uttra Bhadapada Nakshatra, which is ruled by Ahir Bandhana, the serpent of the deep. So this is, you know, Neptune throughout the entire magic triangle period, right? It has the Vedic range of the 320 to 1614. Pisces and Uttra Bhadapada is ruled by Saturn. And the deity for Uttra Bhadapada is Aya Bandhana, as I said, the serpent of the deep, the dragon who dwells at the absolute bottom of the cosmic ocean, the energy associated with Kundalini in its dormant, you know, resting state. The symbol is the back legs of a funeral cart, the two fishes, the two-headed serpent, and the primary motivation is moksha. The name means the latter auspicious foot. Uttra Bhadapada is the second of two sister Nakshatras. Parva Bhadapada, the former one, burns through what must be left behind, and Uttra Bhadapada settles into the depth that remains after the burning. So yeah, the word motto means spiritual liberation, freedom and salvation from what imprisons you, and this is the Nakshatras of the deep that precedes dissolution, letting go, right? Aya Bandhana is not the moving the moving serpent, not the striking serpent, not the ascending serpent of Kundalini awakened. This is the serpent at rest at the absolute foundation of the cosmos, the energy that holds everything in place from below without anyone seeing it, without it needed to be seen. The ocean has a floor, the floor has a serpent resting on it. The serpent holds the foundation of the cosmos from the deepest position possible. The paradox is that governs Neptune's entire arc through this triangle. Neptune stays here, right? The planet of dissolution and boundlessness is in the Nakshatra, ruled by Saturn, the planet of structure and limitation. The mystic is in the Nakshatra of the disciplined serpent. The vision is held by one who rules from time to time. This is not a contradiction, it is the teaching. Neptune gifts in this triangle are not the gifts of endless floating, they are the gifts of depth, deepness, the ability to touch the floor of consciousness and return with what is there, what you found there, to explore and to use what you find in your subconscious, right? So now I'm just going to talk about the Pada journey across the full arc of Neptune being in Uttarabhadrapada for the whole time. So Pada 1 is the Leo Sun Namvasa, and this is where Neptune is at the 6th degree, Sabian degree, in August 2025. This is the serpent at its most preliminary first activation. This Namvasa brings past life wisdom, knowing without knowing, how you know that ancestral generational deepness that surfaced before consciousness has formed a question. So the triangle's first breath in August 2025 has the serpent at the bottom, staring, moving at the floor of the ocean. The collective unconscious begins to surface and deal with what has been waiting there, the hum beneath everything that you felt if you were paying attention before July 2026. The shadow of Pada 1 is the deepness of wisdom that arises before the spaces is to hold it, which can lead to, imbalances in our emotional, psychological and spiritual health. The 8th sun, knowing without the structure to integrate it, without the information or the ability to integrate it, can lead to deceptive spiritualness, everybody thinking that they're reincarnated as the Messiah Jesus, and all of this that's gone on in the spiritual community, because of the having all the knowledge come at once but not the groundedness what Uranus and Pluto are bringing in this magic triangle, allowing us to deal with Neptune in a grounded way. The gift of Pada 1 is the original signal, the knowing that was always at the floor, your innate wisdom, your soul consciousness beginning to move, beginning to come up. And then Pada 2, which is the Mercury Namvasa, is active in July the 25th, 2026 and September the 16th, 2026. So the serpent wisdom has found language. Mercury sub-ruling this Pada asks us, for you to bring your vision, your ideas, your goals, to speak them, to transmit them, to share them, and gives us the ability to allow others to understand them. And this is the most significant placement. The mystical vision at its first exact structure meeting with transformational power is being asked to speak clearly, not to remain in the oceanic knowing, to use Mercury's focus and position to communicate, to name, even if it's just to yourself for some of you, what the depths, the deepness of your soul you're seeking, looking into, researching, dreams, whatever it is, is showing you. And the aviator in the clouds, the 10th degree of Pisces, is the shadow of this Pada, as I talked about it in the Sabian Symbology section. And the serpent wisdom that cannot be transmitted because the language hasn't been found is Neptune in and, Pada 2 unanswered. The gift is the moment when the vision finds the word that carries it across to another person without losing what the vision actually is. So keeping the same message a lot of the time, because we receive wisdom in dreams or however, they come automatic writing, we can get lost in the glamour of, I must be this person reincarnated, you must bow to me, my way is the only way, I am the only one with this information, and that's just not the case, So there's a saying, many are called but few are chosen. So everyone's called, everyone's got access to this knowledge. The reason why the saying is few are chosen, because a lot of people go off the path, going back to the Sabian symbol of having to walk the narrow path. Many of us go here and there and, get lost in the fact that spiritual awareness is available in the depths of all of us. It's whether we choose to listen to and follow and practice, right? So the shadow of Pada 2, is the vision that is beautiful in its inexpressibility, that has made inexpressibility its identity, being like, I can't explain it, it's too profound, it's too deep. No, anything that is profound, spiritual, if to really know that you've got the message, you are able to learn to communicate it in a simple way, even if it's to say that some things you have to find within yourself, you have to go on your own journey to understand it. So the mystical wisdom that declines to use Mercury's gift of communication, because language feels like a reduction, which it is, but still, as I said, to know that you are understanding the spiritual message completely, it's the ability to serve it right. And the gift of Pada 2 is the transmission, the communication that actually works. The moment when what the serpent knows at the bottom of the ocean can be spoken in a way that another person can receive and act on it. And the third Pada that's activated, which is the Venus Nat Vasa on July 15th, 2028, which is the Uranus sextile peak, and June 2027 at multiple different exacts that are happening in 2027 and 2028, the final completion. So the serpent's wisdom is made beautiful and relational. Venus sub-ruling this Pada asks, can the deep vision become a gift? Can the knowing that lives at the floor of the ocean be offered in a form that creates genuine connection? And in July 2026, then again in June 2027, with its lots of different cluster of exact points, right? And the final Neptune completion in, November 2028, all happen here in Pada 3, right? So this Pada controls the triangle's most activated period, right? Neptune in Pada 3 across 2026 to 2027 is Neptune at maximum availability. The serpent's wisdom made relatable, and we can relate to it, servable, beautiful. The narrow path seekers, again Pisces in the 11th degree, Sabian degree, are in this Pada. The discipline of the specific route, the companionship of shared direction, the commitment to the particular practice that reaches enlightenment, these are all uttered by the Pada 3 at its best, right? The ancient sword in the museum, Pisces 13, arrives in this Pada in November 2028, the ending, the wisdom that served the triangle, the knowing that the serpent offered through Neptune across the whole magic triangle period is ready for honouring rather than continue using, right? We live it, we embody it, as I said in part 1, we live it. So the shadow of Pada 3 is the serpent's wisdom made so beautiful that beauty becomes the point. The transmission is lovely to receive but doesn't actually change how people live. And Neptune in Pada 3 shadow is spiritual aesthetics, the gorgeous teaching, the clothes, whatever, that doesn't create genuine ability. The gift of Pada 3 is the teaching that is beautiful because it is true and you can communicate it because it's grounded in practical reality, and the highest ebb of, Taurus energy, is to communicate spiritual in the practical and live it in the practical way. And the serpent wisdom that can be said precisely because it has been formed in the depth of your soul and you've understood it, you comprehended it, so you can communicate it. And part of the 4, which is the Mars Namvasa, which is June the 9th 2028, when Neptune is at the 15th Sabian degree, the highest degree, and the serpent's wisdom made him fierce. Mars as the sub-ruling final pada brings the tantric warrior quality to the depth, the deepness of knowing. And by June 2028, when Neptune reaches its highest activation in Uttarpada Pada 4, the training under life conditions symbol Pisces 15 is operating, the instruction before the simulated soul that the militant leader is teaching its men, their men, and the serpent's deepest knowing is being transmitted in real conditions of difficulty. This is Neptune at the completion, the ending of its teaching through this triangle, not the gentle transmission, the fierce one. The wisdom is offered in circumstances where it is genuinely needed because the context is genuinely difficult. And the shadow of Pada 4 is intensity that makes aggression and brings aggression right to the teaching. The serpent that bites rather than transmits. The fierce teacher who has forgotten that the fierceness is the service of learning, not in service of the teacher's need to display their ability. And the gift of Pada 4 is the deep knowing that holds under real conditions. The wisdom that was formed in Saturn's discipline constraint is now offered through Mars's ability for real conditions and engagement. The serpent at the floor of the ocean has risen far enough to teach, and the teaching is fierce enough to create genuine ability. So the central paradox of Saturn ruling Neptune's Nakshatras, so Saturn ruling Uttarpada Pada means the planet of dissolution is operating in the Nakshatra of discipline and time. The vision is bounded and grounded. The mystical is structured. The serpent rests at the foundation at the bottom of the ocean. It doesn't float. This is the most important teaching of Neptune's energy, right? The spiritual vision available through the magic triangle 2025 to 2028 is not the kind that floats freely above practical material life and the need to pay bills and meet commitments and relate to others. It's the kind that has settled into the floor of things and know what's down there, learning from its experience, learning from other people's experience, grounded in reality, the reality of pain, poverty, wars, famine, all of that, right? Everything that goes on in earth. The being deep and being practical and anchored in reality is what makes it stable. The structure is what makes it communicative, and Saturn's gift to Neptune in this Nakshatra is the vision that lasts because it has roots at the bottom of the ocean, so you are grounded while you're going into spiritual heights, and it allows you to communicate to others in a way that understand what you've learned. Savannah, this is where Pluto in Capricorn stays throughout this whole journey, right, is ruled by Vishnu the Preserver, and Pluto in Savannah Nakshatra July 2026 through to November 2028. It rules the ranges of the 10th to the 23rd, 20 planetary degrees, the 10th to the 24th. Sabian symbols of Capricorn. Savannah is ruled by the moon. Its deity is Vishnu the Preserver, one of the Hindu Trinity. Brahma creates, Shiva destroys, Vishnu preserves, makes things last, but the Vedic understanding of preservation is not passive maintenance. Vishnu's preserving function is active discernment, you discerning, using good judgment, and sometimes requires enormous force to perform. The symbol is 3 uneven footprints, the Trivikrama, the 3 cosmic strides of Vishnu that's measured out or of existence, right? In the mythology, the demon king Bali had conquered the 3 worlds through righteous power. Vishnu came to him disguised as a small Brahmin dwarf and asked for only 3 paces of land. Bali, bound by Dharma, agreed. Vishnu then expanded to fill the cosmos in 3 strides, one covering the earth, one covering the heavens, the third landing on Bali's own head, pressing him down. Everything that had been unjustly claimed was restored. So this is powerful imagery about what I said about us reclaiming our power from those who are trying to take it from us, whether it's in our personal life and collective, from the the governments and regimes that are repressing, right? So the name means hearing, the ear, and the 3 footprints are also the mark of one who listened completely before striding, before walking. And Vishnu is the preserver who hears what the cosmos needs before acting with complete transformational power. So Pluto in Savannah is the transformer who listens, and Pluto, the planet of death and rebirth, of the compass pole of the transformation through destruction in Savannah, and Vishnu's Nakshatras is the transformer who listens before destroying, and this is the crucial quality that distinguishes Pluto in Capricorn at its best from Pluto in Capricorn at its worst. And the distinction is Vishnu's 3 strides. The strides were cosmic in scope. They encompassed all of existence, but before the strides came the listening, right? Vishnu heard what had been lost, heard what the cosmos needed, heard what Bali's unjust claim had taken. The force that followed the listening was complete, but it was not random, destruction. It was preservation through the precise application of transformative power. So going back to what I said about being in love with the process of transformation rather than the practices. And Pluto in Savannah is asking, are the structures that are dying, encompassing, ending because they genuinely stop serving life, or are they dying because of trying laziness, what I said in part 1, because change flows so naturally that things end and compass without anyone checking what they were originally for and if they need to be let go of, So, really looking at your life about what serves you and what doesn't serve you, and being conscious about what you let go of, what you compass, what you end. So Savannah, part 1, is the Aries Nambasa, and it is, the primary activation across most of the arc. Mars is the sub-ruling, and this pada brings the quality of the listening warrior, the fierce receptivity, the ear that doesn't, simply receive but actively hunts for what it needs to hear. And Pluto in Savannah, pada 1, from July 2026 and across most of 2027 is the structural transformation that precedes itself with total receptivity. And Pluto is the slowest moving planet, and it gives itself to what is actually happening with completeness, and then acts on this absolute completeness and focus, and is totally receptive, open to the transformation, right? And the albatross at the 10th degree of Capricorn and the pheasant at the 11th degree of Capricorn are both active in the context of Pluto in Savannah, pada 1, right? The structure power is listening to whether the world can trust it and whether the abundance is genuinely available to all like it should be. But the shadow of pada 1, the listening warrior who heard what they wanted to hear, and Vishnu's 3 strides were cosmic because the listening was genuinely complete. He heard the actual injustice, not just the version that served his agenda. And Pluto in Savannah, pada 1 shadow is the structural transformation that listened selectively, preserving what the already powerful name as worth preserving, letting go of what the powerless valued. And the gift of pada 1 is the transformation that comes from complete listening. Routines, systems and structures that die in this pada die because genuine receptivity, openness, give and take confirmed they had stopped serving life, they were taking away from life. So what is preserved, what lasts, is what the actual listening identified as worth preserving. So again, it's saying, look at your life and the structures and routines, and, really think about what needs to be let go of and what is lasting. So we have also Savannah Pada 2, which is the Taurus Namvasa, May 2028 and June 2028, the highest degrees, and the final Uranus-Pluto exact is in May the 10th, with Pluto at 15th degree, Sabian degree, and the Neptune-Pluto 5th exact, which is on the 9th of June, with Pluto also at the 15th Sabian degree. So both happen in Savannah Pada 2, right? So Venus in the Taurus Namvasa, the listening, that is also beautiful. The perseveration that serves what is genuinely valuable. The ear that hears beautiful and, hears beauty and material worth, right? And the children's world with toys, the Sabian symbol of Capricorn 15, is the Savannah Pada 2 teaching made visible, the institution that listen to what children actually need, not just what institutions think children need, and fill the world with toys, because genuine receptivity, give and take, understanding each other, reveal that healing requires joy alongside the medicine. And in the same vein, it's listening to all people of all nations, right? Governments listening to all people from all walks of life in their nations and giving them what they need, right? But the shadow of Pada 2 is the preservation that is beautiful but not necessary, saving things because they are aesthetically lovely rather than because they genuinely serve. The museum is full of preserved beauty that no longer teaches anything. So the gift of Pada 2 is the institution that earn, the trust of what it preserves by give and take, right? The structure power that has listened well enough to know what the children need, what each nation, the people of each nation needs. The preservation that serves life because it has actually heard what life requires. And the Rahini Savannah conversation, both Rahini, where Uranus is for the most of the time, and Savannah Pluto are, moon ruled Nakshatras. Both have the moon's emotional intelligence, receptivity and connection to what nurtures and nourishes. Rahini creates from desire. Savannah preserves through listening. Uranus and Pluto, are the planets of innovation. Uranus and transformation. Pluto are at the Nakshatra level in conversation about what the moon holds dear. What is created through desire that deserves to be preserved through listening is a question to ask. What abundance does Brahma's creativity generate that Vishnu's discernment and judgment should protect, right? So, thinking about what your creativity, what traditions, family traditions, whatever, needs to be preserved as you become more creative about your goals and how you live your life, and what of your creations which you created through your desire, through you wanting it, right, needs to be preserved through listening and Saturn's discipline, right? And the Earth trine between Taurus and Capricorn that forms the triangle space is exactly right at the Nakshatra level. Rahini's fertile creation and Savannah's careful hearing are both moon functions, both operating through the same receptive emotional intelligence, both serving life through different expressions of the same lunar quality, the moon. The triangle's foundational teaching at the Nakshatra level is creation and preservation, right? What do we make? What do we keep? And what does Aya Banana's serpent wisdom, what lives at the very bottom of the ocean and holds everything in place, say about both questions? So I've told you these Sabian symbols and Nakshatras so you can actually work with the different energies of, the Sabian symbols, right? And, help you to have some focus on the transformation journey of the next 3 years. And I recommend you listen to this whilst you fall asleep if you can, and low value, because I know it's long, and actively listen to it as well so you can take in everything. So that's the end of part 2, where I gave zodiac guidance for all 12 sun, moon and rising signs, and went in depth on the meanings of all Nakshatras and Sabian symbols over the next 3 years. In part 3 and the final part, I'm going to talk about, the different developmental areas, how you can translate the vision into practical action without killing the vision or killing, your practical routine, how you can tell the difference between the different forms of knowing through your intellect and knowing through your spiritual understanding, how you can commit to revolutionary change over the next 3.5 years, giving you practical tips on how to do that, how you can manage the changes that this magic triangle brings to your relationships, right, and how you can gain more intimacy across all the different areas of your relationship, bringing genuine changes to them. Then I'm going to give you 8 practices to help you activate the energy of this, magic triangle, how you can bring more freedom into your life, how you can ground your spiritual practices, how you can let go of things, how you can, become more empowered and redistribute the power in your life, how you can work with collective energies and changes and individual ones, and how you can make them work together, how you can live the changes, the transformation, right, how you can use the Sabian symbols to meditate, and how you can activate the energy of this magic triangle in terms of the somatic body level, and also giving you tips on how to work with the energies and look after your body as you go through disruptions and awakening, and how you can make boundaries and as you go through your spiritual sensitivity, and how you can become grounded and structured in the death and power cycles, and then giving you 5 reflection prompts to help you integrate all these energies, and giving you the timeline in more depth of how each of these are going to affect you. And that will be the end of part 3. So thanks a lot for those who have stayed with me. I'm Imani, your holistic astrological karmic life coach, and it's been my pleasure in delivering you this part 2 of the Magic Triangle 3-part series. See you in part 3. Take care, guys, and thanks for your time.